Welcome to MPUNGWE-PUNGWE YouTube channel. Subscribe for you to enjoy more of our videos anytime we upload.
Continue from where you left. I want you, if you've built your case, to proceed to other issues. But if you feel that you haven't done that, you have freedom. I want you to feel free as a citizen of this country as you give your submission. So feel free. I know members, they've been doing that now. They have accepted that we are here. Everyone you see now, they are fresh. Back to serious business. Other members, thank you so much that you're still here. So we're good to go. Controlling officer.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. As a board, we would not want to waste this opportunity that you have granted us to actually, like I said at the beginning, not just to tell our story to the committee, but our membership as well, being the people that you represent. So I think it is only going to be fair that a full story be told. Like I said, we have not been going out to speak as a fund, and I think it is very, very important that at this particular platform we exercise that duty.
Sir, on the same, maybe you can switch off the mic. I want to commend your institution because we haven't seen memos leaking from your institution. We can conclude that there's a lot of, I don't know, maybe people are being gagged or they're just afraid or there's integrity, but that's something that we need as a country, that we can solicit proper information in a proper way, because there's a lot of character assassination that happens when you can't clear yourself. So that's why I'm saying we need to be fair. As public accounts, we are treating each and every person who is appealing to this inquiry fairly, so that everyone can have a chance to clear himself or herself before this committee. We have others who are just making noise elsewhere, but they can't give even a text to the evidence that they have. So I would like also to request you that whatever you've been saying, if you load that one, to submit to this committee. Thank you so much. Over to you, Controlling Officer.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. In my area rendition, I'd stopped between 25th and 27th when we're actually having the meeting. Let me now bring the committee's attention to the issues surrounding the in-camera meeting. When the board met regarding this particular matter on 25th October, there had been deviation from the original plan, because we thought that we had been taken unawares, we had been broken apart, brought together. The board had actually been divided between employer and employee trustees. So it was a moment of now reflection and consideration of what exactly was happening to our board and why we were actually being swayed back and forth in terms of our responsibilities. The main issue behind is that I think as a board, through the induction and everything else, because the regulator was also involved, I think as a board we had been informed regarding, we had been properly addressed regarding our responsibilities as trustees and how we needed to always act in the best interest of the members. And the events that surrounded the week beginning 20th to 24th were not reflective of people who are serious to actually bear the responsibility of caring for resources of people who will be retiring. So for that reason, we really wanted to understand what had actually transpired and what roles had actually been undertaken. And this brought us to the conduct of the principal officer himself and what he had actually done leading to this particular day, including the fact that during that meeting, some of the trustees were able to indicate that they had been called by the principal officer himself and been told that the chair has no powers to call the meeting, and yet the trustee does give the powers to the chair. And that had actually created the stalemate and everything else. But that was not the only problem. Looking at the letters of 7 March, 18 March, and everything else, the board was also wondering why they would be dealing with a person who would actually be deceptive in his conduct and not telling the truth as to what he really did, because the first thing he did was to deny that these letters ever existed, and secondly, to deny that if they ever existed, they were never authored by him until he was confronted with the evidence that this was actually the case. So when that happened, the board made a resolution to actually suspend him and bring out charges regarding his own misconduct. But while considering the same matter, the board, through at that time we used to have the Finance Audit and Risk Committee, had actually come across a lot of information regarding what had transpired in the period that there was no board. Some of the transactions included very large expenses over things that were no longer useful to the board, and we're talking about millions of kwacha, of funds, of pensioners' money that had been expended to purchase things which are of no use to the fund, which the fund cannot actually use. We came across information that actually, since we get reports from our fund managers, that something very strange was happening to our investments, like land, which was losing value. And we're wondering how land can actually lose value, where we had actually spent over 1 billion to purchase, and suddenly those pieces of land were losing value and going under 1 billion. And we're saying, how did this thing particularly happen? Some of the issues which you also came across was that people from the Secretariat were directly talking to a contractor. I'm sure you do realize that we need to maintain distance between the people that are doing the work for us and we pay. But it came to our knowledge through the Finance Audit and Risk Committee that the members of the Secretariat were in direct contact with the contractor. And as such, certain strange payments were being made, to the extent that certificates which were being produced, you had some certificates which were being taken care of and others that were actually not. And this was also surprising to the committee. And it was for that reason, among many other observations that the board had actually made, that the board made...
Controlling officer, can you hold? On those allegations, do you have documentary evidence that some of the items which were bought were of no use to the fund? And at the same time, do you have evidence, conclusive evidence of direct contacts with contractors? And kindly submit the names of the contractor and those from Secretariat who were involved. I see a hand from Blantyre, Chitipa Central.
Yeah, Chair, I think you need to guide our stakeholder here. Mulanje East, I think, had a point of order because he's digressing. The whole reason why Secretariat provided the areas to tackle was because we have an inquiry of Amerelis, not the conduct of his staff. So as far as he's digressing, we keep on coming up with point of orders, and again you have come in to say he's building a case, he should defend himself. He's only a witness, he's not an accused, he doesn't need to defend himself, he just wants to present their side of the story. He shouldn't be scared that he's being accused of anything. Thank you, Chair.
Your point of order is sustained. Controlling officer, can we get to the bottom? This is the more reason I asked you to submit whatever you've been saying, because after this, Parliament is going to analyze, then decide the route it it's going to take to provide oversight. So please, let's focus on the Amaris purchase.
Honorable Chair, I think you and the committee can rest assured that everything that we're saying is very much related to the transaction. Because you do remember that in telling our story, there are also allegations of change of personnel at our institution, which was instigated because of the desire by this particular board to conclude a transaction, which I think I'm trying to explain as to what grounded the suspension of that particular officer. I thought those are matters which the committee must know, because we'll submit in evidence. I think we already have submitted the letter which we wrote, but we needed to speak to that so that I think when you're understanding this particular transaction from our perspective, our untold story is complete. Thank you, Honorable Chair. So I was talking about the consideration of some irregularities that were transpiring, and to answer the other question regarding these discrepancies that had been observed by our committee, these were buttressed as observations that were actually made by the regulator. And this was actually as early as 5 November when we had a meeting with the regulator after they had conducted an on-site examination. So some of the matters were being discovered by the Finance Audit and Risk Committee, while other matters were actually being discovered, were actually relayed to us by the regulator itself when it comes to their on-site examination and engagement with us. So at that particular point, the board made a decision to actually suspend the officer for two reasons. One, there was alleged misconduct, and the second one was to pave way for the forensic audit that would be conducted for the period that there was no board in place, and to ascertain what exactly transpired and how pensioners' monies were actually used. So that having been decided on 25th, there was a communication that was actually made to the principal officer on 27th. At this particular stage, the resolution having been made, I'm sure you are aware that we are guided by our trust deed, and that once a position is taken by the board, it is supposed to be evidenced by a resolution. According to our board, we had, since we started our business, we had not appointed a fund secretary, and by default, the principal officer was the fund secretary, because the duties of the principal officer was also to head our secretariat. In the absence of that particular officer, it was for that reason that the resolution that was concluded was only signed by the one person authorized to that effect, in consideration that in the absence of any person designated as a fund secretary, that would not be completed by the other officer. So the resolution was made on 25th October to pursue this transaction. And this particular instruction was given to the investment committee. You might be wondering why at this particular time we're designating the investment committee. This is for the reason that, one, we had challenges. Like I said earlier on, two of our fund managers had shown serious conflict, with the third one taking out a majority of our portfolio. And for that reason, the investment committee was actually tasked to actually undertake this particular responsibility, because there was already advice which we had actually sought from various advisors regarding this particular transaction. I was reading certain letters at the beginning, including the letter from Continental Asset Management, which had undertaken to conclude the transaction in 30 days. We were a new board. We were interested in making progress. The purchase of a hotel was not the sole business of the fund, and we did know that we are actually there to administer benefits for the benefit of our members and their beneficiaries. We did not want to drag this matter. We wanted to get to the bottom of it, find out if it was a worthwhile investment, and see if we could move on. When we started looking at this, having delegated this responsibility for the negotiation and conclusion of this particular transaction to our committee, we had vested in them the powers to actually undertake this transaction and see to it that it was actually following the laws and regulations that were relevant to this transaction, and also that they were making their decisions in the best interest of the members of this particular fund. So we did that delegation, and it was upon that instruction that the process of now trying to establish whether indeed there was value in this particular transaction. The idea and the responsibility given to the fund managers was to actually find out if there was a business case for purchasing Amaryllis. We did understand that the seller was making threats to litigate, but that was not the only consideration that was actually visiting the fund when it came to considering whether to invest or not. Because if the fund was only going to make a decision to invest simply because someone was threatening litigation, would not be acting in the best interest of the members. But what we said is that we do not want to expend money on litigation where we could have actually used the money for investment. So the investment committee was tasked with the responsibility of finding another advisor who was going to do a business valuation, not a property valuation, of this particular investment to see if there was still a viable business case for the fund to invest its resources in. That is now what led to the hiring of a particular advisor and the analysis of the instruments which were available and readily available with the fund, including the agreement itself, which was at the fund and was in the custody of the Secretariat, and the valuation reports which had actually taken place. You will note, Honorable Chair and members, that the fund has made various investments, not just in the hospitality sector, where we've participated in about 4 enterprises, one which is the Lifestyle Boutique Hotel, the Oasis Hotel in Lilongwe, and what's the other one? The Lifestyle Hotel in Blantyre that we're constructing, and the proposed purchase of Amaryllis. You will notice that while we were looking at the purchase and the timelines that we would actually be looking at this particular transaction, by the time we were coming into office, this transaction was actually 2 years old, and it was always a back and forth kind of transaction. So we also needed to actually make sure that we dispose of the matter, taking into account that we need to be prudent, we need to follow the laws, we need to follow the regulations, but at the same time, we also need to find out if this is indeed the best way to spend the pensioners' money. Which now brings us back to the presentation which I have in front of me. So when you look at our approach to this particular investment, like I said, we're looking at the guidance that we had already taken from the investment strategy that we want to go into the fund, and this strategy had been adopted in 2022, and that we needed to also look at the due diligence processes that were undertaken between 2023 and 2025. We also needed to understand the financial modeling that would be involved and the stress testing that would be applied in order for us to arrive at a prudent decision to invest. Then, of course, there are multiple risks that are involved in such a heavy investment, and we needed to look at how those risks would either be managed or mitigated, and to make sure that we are also creating safeguards against the conduct of the trustees in this particular process. Please move to the next slide. So if you look at our activities, this was not an isolated activity. Like I said, it was buttressed by the fact that it was part of our investment strategy, and we needed to make sure that we look at all the documentation that was present, and coincidentally, we had quite some sufficient documentation, evaluations, advice that had been given to the fund regarding this particular investment. So in our case, we're looking at this particular investment as having two limbs. One was that as a fund would be acquiring an asset that is likely to appreciate in value, and we're also looking at a business that would be generating resources. So we're not just looking at an investment which is going to increase the fund value because we've bought an asset for X amount of money, and that X amount of money increases by Y percentage, and that's what we get. We're also looking at an investment which would be putting in something in the kitty as we are moving towards the time frame when we are likely to go heavy in terms of payment of benefits. So we looked at the analysis that had actually been done previously, and the history of this particular asset was that it was constructed pre-COVID, and once COVID hit, I think it went into stress and it became a little problematic, leading to the desire to sell. But again, I think all necessary steps to see as to whether we can actually get value for money were actually taken. And looking at the period that had actually elapsed, the 2 years, and the repeated evaluations that had actually been done, we thought that this was actually going to secure the resources, looking at the risk-adjusted cost of equity that we had established at 18.2%, the increased liquidity profile that had confirmed our capacity to absorb the investment, and the compliance with the regulatory and legal issues as we reviewed them and addressed each and every one of them. So when we start looking at what sort of valuations were actually done in this particular regard, we are looking at the structural integrity that was actually done in November of 2023, and that the recommendation was that there was no impediment to proceeding with the investment. Garden City Properties did their evaluation under Nico Asset Management as of July 2023, and this was evaluation of the property alone, and that property had a replacement value of 78 billion, and again that was seen as the value for money. Again, Knight Frank also came up with the evaluation in the same month because two valuers had been engaged, and their value was at 50 billion with a replacement value of 87.8 billion. Again, that was signaling that this would be a good investment. We must indicate that at this particular time that we're considering this investment, we had actually overinvested in equities, listed equities, and those were constituting a very large proportion of what we had actually invested in. And there was need for diversification, because if we're going to put all our resources into the equities basket, then we would run the risk of bearing heavy losses if there was misbehavior of the financial markets. There was also an assignment that I referred to earlier, where there was now business viability assessment in the business valuation that was done by NAM, and delegated to FDH Bank, where it was assessed that the value of the property was 50 billion and the business was worth 36 billion. Let's remember that these were the valuations that informed the negotiations that led to the 47 billion price. Let's also take note of the fact that the 47 billion was not the value of anything. It was a negotiated price between a willing buyer and a willing seller, and that this amount had been arrived taking into account the real values. So you see that actually the financial assessment that was done for the business at this stage was actually averaging it at 30 billion. But still, the price that was agreed was way above the 30 billion at 47 billion. And let's also remember that most of these prices, like the one on the business, are discounted prices for the value of the asset that is actually involved, and the fund was interested in purchasing both the asset and the business. So FDH decided that the value was between 26 billion and 35 billion, and averaged it at 30. And they also thought that because this was still just after COVID, the business would actually catch up and give returns. Then the other valuation that was done, and I want to make this very clear, that the only property valuations or the only property valuers that actually undertook assignments on this particular case were Knight Frank and Garden City. The rest of the valuers were basing their valuations and assessments on these valuations. So you will note that while the valuations of Garden City and the Knight Frank were between 48 and 50 billion, even FDH, which was doing its valuation and reporting before the other valuations were concluded, was taking into account what was being proposed. You will notice that the valuation that was done by FDH was as of 30 June, which was prior to the July reports that were done by Garden City and Knight Frank. So these valuations were the processes that were undertaken to actually inform the negotiations that were actually done. Now, let's come to Continental Asset Management. Like I demonstrated earlier, there was a storyline which said that the fund had decided to withdraw from this transaction, and then suddenly there's a correspondence as of February that is culminating in a report that was actually done in May by the same board, the same cohort that had made the purported withdrawal in January. So when you look at that, the board that was in place at that time was still toying around with the idea that there could still be a viable investment, hence engaging Continental Asset Managers to actually do this investment. There were issues that had arisen with respect to this particular engagement of Continental Asset Managers regarding the values that they were putting forward, because as you can see, while Continental Asset Managers were doing a business valuation, they also in their report adjust the value of the asset. In the initial report, we're being told that as of 2021, the value is 24.5 billion. We also note that the FDH Bank adjusts that slightly, even from the valuer's amounts, by putting in 50.130 billion. Continental Asset Management, which was coming to do their evaluation almost a year later when they produced their report in May, had also adjusted the price, although they were not property valuers themselves, to 56.67 billion and discounted the business up to about 35% and arriving at 36.7 as the value of the business. So you will notice that when you look at all these valuations, we're looking at the initial one, which starts with 30 billion, and the asset value of 50 billion gives us 80 billion as a value as of 2023. When we move on to 2024, we have got the value of the one that is done by Continental Asset Management. They adjust the value of the asset upwards to 56.67, and they advise that the value of the business would be 36, giving us 93 billion as the value of the business and the asset that is actually involved. So when you look at this particular escalation, when you come to the third assessment that is done by the advisors that were contracted by the current board, the asset itself, while it had doubled from 2021 at 24.5 billion to 50 billion in 2023, you'll find that when the evaluation was done 2 years later, between the time that there was a valuation done by Continental Asset Management and the last valuers, you'll see that the last valuers were now putting the value of the asset itself at 84 billion. without the business involved. So when you look at the values which are reflected in the last valuation, they are showing that now you've got the asset valued at 84 and the business is coming on top of that. So consistently you find...
That is out of order, Molanje Southeast.
Chairperson, I think it is out of order for us to be misled that a business value is arrived at by adding the value of an asset and a separate, in quotes, value of a business. That's a complete misleading of what a business valuation is. When we are talking about a business valuation actually looks at the business is not going to be done separately from the asset on which it is sitting. There are aspects that are taken into consideration that lead to the discounting. Thank you, Chairperson.
Controlling officer, I think even can you go to the next slide? That slide. When you're looking at the EMJ advisor, controlling officer, it appears that your board concluded the process of procuring that person within 10 days. Now, because you keep on referring to this one, and you also referred to FDH. Can you go to the previous slide? When you look at all this, FDH, Continental Asset, we've engaged all this. When they appeared sitting where you're sitting, they, in their wisdom as experts, all of them, they said this is not a viable business. All of them. Now you've reflected on them, all of this. But those experts, all of them, they were seated where you're sitting, controlling officer. They said no. Can you go to the next slide, please? Now, even EMJ, when he was sitting where you're sitting, he said, I was told that my work is supposed to be done in 10 days. But when you look at the period where all those institutions, in fact, Nico actually paid back that having done all that we've done and looking at where we are heading, we would like to protect integrity of our institution and we're pulling out. In the event that you feel that we've wasted your time, we are actually paying back. And there are receipts confirming that Nico paid back. This EMJ person, advisor, this one, is a scam. This one. This one, EMJ, is a scam. Why? Because you are an intellectual. A very good distinguished son of the soil. 23 years experience in law. There is no intention to award, nothing. And we come here and start looking at him. There's a lot of things around EMJ. This one, in fact, we need to call him back to Parliament because we have more issues to discuss with this one. Secretariat, can you write for this one, EMJ, this one? Why do I want this one back here? Because there are things around. And in that engagement, controlling officer, we want you, the old board, the new board, secretariat, and this one. We also call those who disowned this so that we can come to a conclusion of this matter. So I wanted to put this on record that everyone is going to be here and see, so that we are going to create enough room. We ask Secretariat, that the other board and all those, so that we can have clear engagements, so that Malawians can get to the conclusion of this. We want anything to be put there. We've been misled. This committee has been misled so many times, and everything we have, but we want to be very fair, very fair. Why am I saying we want to be very fair? We are trying to save. This Malawi is a God-fearing nation controlling officer. Even when God realized that Eve had sinned, controlling officer, the Creator sat and gave something that he had created time to explain. The all-knowing God. But he gave time that, no, can we listen? Aya, marana, aya, mulikuti, inenda vala masamba. Is this a question God had asked? So, Chemali, so all these things are clear. But we want you to be very fair, so that all these things, I'm talking of the all-knowing God. Now that fellow human beings, we have been given these informations. Now we know the direction that we're taking. The more reason I want you, as an intellectual, that what we're doing in this room, can we base our things on the EMJ? I think, let me repeat, EMG is a sham. Thank you so much, controlling officer. I see a hand from Salima Central.
Just to supplement on an AMG, in case the controlling officer didn't have this information. This AMG chair, this is the person who was awarded a contract in the morning on somewhere in November, 12th November. And he was awarded in the very same day, and the very same day he was able to produce a report. EMG.
Salima Central, can I switch off your mic? I want, as your chairperson, I want to correct you, because the parliament is a house of records. In fact, it was on the 14th of November, 2025. So I want that to be put on record. You can proceed, Salima Central.
Chair, yes, I was looking at those dates, and I'm happy you have corrected me. So on 14th of November, the most recommended of yours, EMJ, was awarded a contract, and the very same day he produced a report to get the Maris Hotel sold. Thank you.
I see Chikwawa West. I see no. I see a hand from okay, what is that? What has gone out of order?
I was the first one. Point of mine is a point of order.
Honorable Chairperson, I just wanted to find out from you, have you opened the floor for questions? Okay, fine.
Point of order from Chikwawa West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think we have stayed here for more than 1 hour, now maybe 2 hours or so. We have been taken from Lilongwe to Nzuzu while we are going to Blantyre. What I wanted to suggest is that, can we focus on why we called the board to come here? The issues that happened in November, those are the ones that we want to hear. Because we have been taken round and round and round. Now we want to conclude, we ask you questions, and then you go. But otherwise we'll be here even up to the morning, and yet we are not going down to the real facts why you have been called here. I think that's what I wanted to say, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Salima. Chikwawa West, controlling officer. At least we're good. We can proceed, controlling officer.
Thank you, Chair. When in November the EMJ advisors were hired, they gave us a report which indicated that the value of the transaction was going to hover between 115 and 145. And in their presentation, they did indicate that the evaluation methods were conservative with respect to this particular investment. So in our view, when we did all the business valuations, we were of the view that we had been given information that was sufficient to guide the board in terms of arriving at a figure which could guide the negotiations in terms of pricing. So that was a consideration that informed the activities that was leading to the negotiations, and therefore moving on to conclude the transaction and then acquire the property. So if you look at consequent to that, there was also an exercise that was done within the Secretariat where they had used a capital asset pricing model, and they had actually found that there would be a return of 18.2, which was considered by the committee that was tasked with this particular responsibility to be sufficient. And again, there was also an examination of whether the fund would, by making this particular investment, comply with the regulatory issues, and looking at the time that this particular directive from the Financial Services Act on the prudential limits for pension funds was coming into effect as of September. The fund was of the view that they would actually negotiate a price which was actually going to be within the prudential limits that are set by that particular directive. So the question now was whether it would be worthwhile to pursue this particular investment or not. But looking at the fact that there would be compliance with those regulatory standards, and that there would be a negotiation that would locate this particular investment within those particular limits, and that the values as had been seen by the fund and its advisors, the consideration was that it would be prudent to proceed with this particular investment at the values that had actually been given. So if you start looking at the evolution, of course, we're looking at the impact of the independent professional assessments and other microeconomic issues that had actually risen between 2023, when the negotiations first started, moving on all the way to 2025, when this particular transaction was concluded. And of course, there were other factors also affecting the values, including currency devaluation and inflation, which materially changed the replacement and enterprise values. And of course, we looked at the fact that the final transaction value must be interpreted within the existing economic context. I have already made reference to these values, so I will not bother the committee with what this is standing for, except to indicate that at the end of the day, having engaged the valuers and having received those values from those advisors, the negotiations were entered into within that particular range. While, of course, there was a demand for a higher value, the fund concluded the transaction at 128 billion, looking at the fact that that was within the limits that we had actually been given by our advisors. So that, I think, informs how we arrived at the values. And of course, this was not the only consideration during this particular process. You would also look that the board had actually applied a structured multi-criteria evaluation framework before approval. Perhaps we could move ahead to the slide which says decision framework applied by the board. Yes. There was a strategic alignment test that was applied to the transaction, which showed that the investment was consistent with the fund's approved hospitality strategy and long-term diversification objectives. Like I said earlier on, the fund had overinvested in listed equities and was seeking to diversify.
Mulanje Southeast.
Chairperson, are we going to continue to be misdirected, misled, when you have already ruled on the same?
I see, before I rule on that one, I see Chitipa Central.
Chair, every time they base their judgment on EMJ, it's an insult to this committee. So members will be getting angry every time. We know that he's not an expert on that, and they're basing on that. And you have already made a ruling. If in West, it looks like the stakeholder decided to come with his own idea of how to conduct here. The Secretariat provided guidance of what we want here, and they decided to come with so many notes, so much notes that has nothing to do with what the Secretary asked them. So you have problems with point of orders as long as they keep on intervening. Thank you, Chair.
Controlling officer, can we stick to the Amaris thing? The acquisition, now that we're done with the history and whatnot, because if you were here, controlling officer, and you saw what we saw regarding EMJ, you'll be ashamed. And to preside over procurement of such a person to do this magnitude of work, listening even to them, it was difficult. I mean, how do you even hire someone that can think you can get a phone call via an email? It was a bad experience. It was a bad experience. It was a very bad experience. And to think that individual can give him a business direction, business valuation for a business of over 115 billion. It was very sad. And to even imagine a controlling officer, he indicated in this room that he was paid 26 million within 10 days. But that day when he came here, he didn't have even a bundle for internet. Controlling officer is bad. And no. Can we focus on that one so that we conclude, controlling officer?
Honorable Chair, may I address the committee?
Controlling officer, can you hold? Honor members, maybe for the sake of progress, allow me to give space to the controlling officer to proceed. Controlling officer, please. You want to move a motion in a committee? No. You want to move a motion? Can you raise your motion?
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing Chitipa Center for the motion. I think we have heard enough from the stakeholder. We have enough information. I think we should open the plenary so that we can ask the questions. The extra information that he has, he can deposit with the Secretariat will read them, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
That motion is defeated. Yes. Why? We want to know at what stage did they make a decision to procure as a board. We want to know, and Malawians want to know, who authorized the payment and how much has been paid. All those things, because he's building a case. Let him, give him time. Can we give him time so that even Secretariat is taking notes? Honorable Zomba, City North.
Yes, Chair, I just wanted to find out how much time does he need to conclude?
Before controlling officer, take note of Zomba, City North. Okay. Controlling officer, the committee would like to find out from you How much time do you need to conclude?
Honorable Chair, I think I am going towards the end of my presentation. And I also wanted to state that I thought the idea was for the board to indicate how it decided. So we have made reference to what guided that decision. And I was only at a point where I was saying what the board considered at that particular time. Not that I was saying that we are referring to EMJ, we are only saying that these were the considerations that the board took into account. Because let's remember that notwithstanding the advice that was given to the board had to actually make a decision regarding this particular transaction. So I'm talking about that particular process, and I thought that the committee would be interested to know how the board arrived at its decision based on the 5 areas that you said we should address.
You said you are about to wind up. Can you give a clear timeline?
I'm thinking that maybe within the next 10 minutes I should be done.
Kindly proceed.
Sure. Chair, I think we are talking about what considerations went into this particular transaction, including the fact that whether this investment would be strategically aligned and whether it was going to be financially viable. We also looked at the impact of this particular investment on our liquidity, and then we also did a legal risk assessment considering whether we would be within the law, and also that would be contractually postured to undertake this particular investment. We're also looking at the fact that there was need for prudence on behalf of the trustees who are acting as fiduciaries to make this particular investment. So these were the factors that were actually guiding the committee in terms of what to take into account as the investment was actually going to be done. So after this particular decision was actually made, the board had actually negotiated the contract and settled at the price which I mentioned earlier. The board was supposed to now move towards the realization of the acquisition, and it was only 2 days later that the central bank engaged the fund to inquire on this particular transaction. So they wrote a letter on 14th, which was received in the evening of 17th, and that letter, having been received, had restricted the fund from making any transactions with regard to the acquisition of this particular asset. And when that letter was received, nothing else was actually done on the transaction, and that particular letter did make a request to the fund to actually comply with 2 elements, and one of them was that they would meet the fund on 19th of November, and the second one was that that directive that had been given would only be varied by the registrar at a later stage or be removed. So the directive was injunctive on the fund, restraining that particular activity. On the same day, there was communication and a press release coming from the Law Society, which was inviting the Attorney General to actually investigate this particular transaction, and the Attorney General instructed the Anti-Corruption Bureau to issue a restriction notice on this particular transaction, which was issued, and everything stored with respect to this particular transaction. The meeting of 19th November also brought the Registrar of Financial Institutions to request for documentation that was leading up to this particular transaction, which was submitted to the regulator. And the other requirement was that the documents also be submitted to the Anti-Corruption Bureau and to the Honorable the Attorney General. All these documents having been submitted, it was our assumption that all these institutions were actually investigating the matter in their own right. There was no communication from 19th November to the fund. We are going to share the minutes of our discussion between the RFI and ourselves as of 19 November and the matters that arose, which were basically bordering on the suspension of the principal officer and the acquisition of this particular hotel. The registrar at that particular meeting did indicate that the contract having been signed, it was now prudent for the process to be moved very quickly and that we needed to actually conclude the period of regulation as quickly as possible. In December, there were investigations and some officers were invited for interrogation by the fund. I think that involved some board members. In my case, I was actually involved. And there were also members of the Secretariat that had been contacted during those investigations. On 28 December, we received communication from the Honorable the Attorney General that was actually going out regarding the request that was made by the Law Society to investigate about 4 points that had been raised by the Law Society, and that the Attorney General was indicating that having requested the Anti-Corruption Bureau to investigate the matter, they did not find any proof of any corrupt practice with respect to this particular transaction. The restriction notice that had been issued in November 2025 was lifted by the Anti-Corruption Bureau, but there had been no communication until 6 January from the registrar. When the registrar communicated with the fund on 6 January, their posturing had changed from the directive which had prohibited any activity, and now they had come up with a new directive to the fund, requiring the fund to now submit a comprehensive report that would now show how this particular transaction was going to safeguard the members' funds. And for that reason, the board was convened, and on 21st of January, they made the recommendations that would inform the comprehensive report that was submitted to the registrar on 26 January. So the 26 January submission, again, there was a period of quietness from the registrar because there was no reaction to that, notwithstanding their earlier undertakings with respect to the agency that the matter required until 20th of February, when they wrote us without going into detail with respect to the report that we had actually given in light of what they had demanded as of 6 January, and they now requested that we should show reasons why we should not be punished for breaching prudential limits. So that explanation was given, and we're now awaiting the response from the Registrar of Financial Institutions. I think that said, I would possibly request my colleagues to complement the presentation that I've made with respect to the issues that were requested, the 5 issues that were requested to address by the fund, by the committee in terms of coverage of area and other ancillary matters. I would also want to conclude, Chair, by saying that as a fund, when we're considering the request by the registrar, or rather the directive by the registrar that we should show cause why we should not be punished, we had indicated in our response that we were assured of measures that were going to manage and mitigate the risks to deal with prudential limits breaches by actually bringing on board the role of the negotiations that we had made with government to actually start paying their past service liabilities, which as of 17 February have now been paid, and we believed that the contributions which were made in the regions of 4.89 billion and 4.95 billion, including the settlement of our arrears to our service providers who are CIC and Zamara having been taken care of, we would certainly be diluting the excess investment in this particular portfolio that had been achieved by undertaking this particular investment. I think that said, and the only thing that remains for me to say is that as a board, like I said, we came in the middle of a transaction which had been nourished in our absence. We took the steps that we considered were in the best interest of the members to make sure that if we're going to make an investment, it was going to be worthwhile and safeguarding their interests. And the fact that we are also looking at the fact that we have now made a lot of progress with engaging the employer to make sure that the obligations which the employer has had for years would be secured by the investment, would be secured by the investment that we have actually made. But again, the employer is also able to meet the obligations which they have not been meeting, and they have now started meeting and have given us indication that within the next 12 months they could clear the arrears that you might have been informed earlier were standing around 90 billion. We believe that those would actually clear any, if at all, prudential breaches that would arise with respect to this. We are hopeful that he would engage and continue to engage with the regulator on their request for us to show cause why this would be the case, and that they would also demonstrate the particular areas where we have actually breached, and we might we might come up with a scenario where we are able, the regulator is able to understand the steps we took and why we took those steps, and then of course get advice in terms of how we can actually proceed in the administration of this particular fund. We are also, like I said earlier, doing the audits which are now underway, and I think as a fund we were actually surprised that
Members, can I have order? Let us listen to the controlling officer in silence.
Yeah.
Controlling officer, you are done with your 10 minutes. Consider winding up.
yes, now I'm actually winding up. Like, we are doing the audits. During our short tenure, we have been able to commission the audits that were withstanding from 2021. We have also commissioned the forensic audit over and above the regular audits that we were supposed to conduct, because as you might wish to know, the registrar, looking at the history of the fund, has been punishing the fund because of the non-compliance with the audit requirements. During this period, we have been able to engage our auditors so that we can actually become current in terms of our audits. At that stage, let me rest. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, controlling officer, for the submission. And honored members, we still have more time. Don't worry, we still have more time. This is a job you applied for, and we thank God that he gave us this time to be where we are. There was a reason. So I want to ask you to remain focused so that we conclude these things as per the expectations of Malawians. I know enemies of justice out there, and they may want to pump in negative vibes into the committee, but let us remain focused. We have a noble job before us. People talk, let them talk, but let us focus and get to the bottom of this. Controlling officer, you've given us a proper history on how Amaris was bought. Looking at the the transaction that actually happened and your experience as a lawyer. And looking at the legal service manager's opinion and opinion from external counsels concerning the threat of litigation, controlling officer, do you feel that, like what Likongwe indicated, that chances of losing the case was about 20%? Do you feel that you acted in the best interest of those who are contributing to the fund? Because the decision that you arrived at of exposing over 128 billion Malawi kwacha, when you had 20%, 80% chances that you're going to win the case if you are to defend it. Given a second chance, controlling officer, would you still pursue this acquisition? Honourable members, I see Chukwa West, I see Zomba Psondole, I see Blantyre Chiromon, in that order, please. Chukwa West, you may wish to include on your question issues to do with procurement, the payments which were made, signatories to the account. You'll see how you're going to do that.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, let me ask the controlling officer if he is aware of the letter which was sent to Nickel Asset Managers Limited, which was dated 12 February 2024. Because I'm asking this question because in his presentation, he has always been saying, as a new body, we are not aware, we did not have the documentation, we did not have this. So I just want you to respond to that, and then I'll ask the other questions. Are you aware of this letter, way forward on Amarili's Hotel Limited, 12 February 2024? Thank you, Chair. He answers that, and then I ask the questions.
A controlling officer, can you take that? You take the one I asked, then you proceed with that one, they should come back.
Honorable Chair, with respect to your first question as to whether we would pursue this or not, knowing that we had an 80% chance of winning, largely depends on what request was made to counsel and for him to provide that opinion on. In my earlier presentation, I did indicate that there were certain things that the fund had done beyond just making commitments. Like I said, the fund had no business in involving itself in the lenders, in the seller's obligations to his lenders. I'm not very sure if those facts were adequately brought to the attention of counsel to advise in terms of what our liabilities would be if all the facts in terms of how we engaged with the lenders and gave an expectation to the seller that we're going to buy an asset for him to clear his debts without necessarily incurring more liability. I do not believe that that information is what was given to the counsel, and I think if you look at the opinions, it does not seem that those circumstances were fully covered. So I do believe that the legal opinion was correct to the extent of the instructions or the request that was actually given. But if the fuller picture had been given, maybe the opinion would be slightly different or greatly different.
Chua West?
Yeah.
My question.
That's why I was coming to you, that Chukwa West, are you aware that your question has not been attempted?
The letter was dated 12th February.
Yes, 12th February 2024, way forward on Amarili's Hotel Limited.
And the letter was between who and who?
West, kindly proceed to lead.
Okay. Executive Officer, Nico Asset Managers Limited, Chibisa House, Blantyre. Way forward, dear sir, way forward on Amalilis Hotel Limited. Reference is made to the above subject matter and the meeting between yourselves and the PSPATF subcommittees chairpersons, which was held on 17th January 2024 at the PSPTF conference room in Lilongwe. The issue, I think in brief, the issue is about it's longer. Recommendation. But the issue is about the communication about the board.
Can you switch off the mic, Chikwa West? Can you read the letter? Don't be lazy. You are one of the hardworking members of this committee. Can you go through that letter? We have endured for so long. Honourable members, those who feel that they are slightly tired, you can go outside, stretch a little bit, and come back. The same applies to members of the board. If you feel that you're slightly tired, you can step out for a few minutes and come back. Even controlling officer, you have the vice chair with you. If you feel that somewhere you're tired, you can walk out and come back. But I'm not granting any break anymore. So let's proceed and conclude this. Chikwa West.
Thank you very much. In short, considering that at the time, Nico Asset Managers was withdrawing the recommendation to invest in Amalilis Hotel, I think there was a payment that was made. So I wanted to find out from you, are you aware of this withdrawal? And if you are aware, and through this letter, you have been saying that you did not have any information that there was this withdrawal. And secondly, you say there was an issue whereby the PSPTF wrote Nico Asset Managers informing them that they are not proceeding with the procurement for Amalilis Hotel, as it was confirmed by your some two board members here. Are you aware of those two letters that were written to Nico Asset Managers?
Officer.
Honorable Chair, I do indeed wish the full contents of the letter were read, but maybe just to answer regarding that, there's the fact that Nico Asset Managers withdrew from the transaction is not in dispute. And the consequences were those that I also detailed in my earlier presentation, that having withdrawn from the transaction, there were consequences that actually visited them. And I also did indicate that the whole and full context of their withdrawal is not just about the due diligence that was not done and the reasons which they had given. Because when you look at the reasons that were given, some of the things were supposed to be done by them. So why were they citing lack of due diligence as if it was the fund that was supposed to do the due diligence when they were the fund manager that were supposed to do the due diligence? So I am aware of the fact that after the withdrawal by Nico, there was subsequent correspondence coming back and forth regarding that withdrawal that I even talked about in terms of the repayment of the monies and the penalties that the fund imposed on Nico subsequently.
Chukwa West.
I've also asked that the former board made a resolution that they should not proceed to procure Amalilis, and this communication was sent to Nico Asset Managers. Are you aware of that communication? That there was communication that the board had withdrawn, and that OPC, I think you were there by then, you had forced the former board to proceed, either secretariat or board, to proceed to still by Amalilis, but they still remained and said they still had to stand to their decision that we are not proceeding. Are you aware of that?
I am aware that it was first Nico that said we are recommending that you should not proceed with this transaction. When the meeting of 17 January was taking place, my assumption is that that board was actually reacting to the communication that had actually been made. Or if that decision had not been made, it could not have been made because it was based on the advice that Nico had given. That's why the fund was saying that they acted on the professional advice of their fund managers. So yes, there was correspondence and there was a fund communicating to Nico, but the consequences of that particular withdrawal and the action is what I've actually detailed. I've also tried to demonstrate the fact that there is no way the fund could have been compelled to continue with the discussion when the transaction arranger or advisor is the one that had actually contacted the new fund manager to take over that particular transaction. That fact was communicated at the meeting that took place in Mzuzu, that they were engaging a new fund manager. And that later demonstrates that activities had actually started to engage a new fund manager to conclude the transaction. It was not that it was a result of any compulsion. Like I said, I could not even advise that there could be litigation that would ensue in the absence of any documentation that had been presented to me at that particular stage. Thank you.
Sorry, he's not responding to the last question that I've asked. Are you aware that there was that communication that we are not proceeding? We have made a decision not to buy Amalilis. And then OPC came in and said, proceed, but the board still remained and said, we are not proceeding. Are you aware of that? That is my question. Yes or no?
Yes, I'm aware that the fund communicated to NAM that they are not proceeding with the transaction. But that was the letter that I remember is the one that went to NAM. The same NAM that advised that don't proceed with the transaction.
Honour members, I already recognized the Blantyre Chiromoni and the Zomba Sondole. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is not a question, but rather a request through you. I wanted the other board members to confirm to this committee that what the Chair has presented here is really accurate. And if it is not, what has he misrepresented? Thank you, Chair.
Controlling officer, in the morning, when we had the issues surrounding withdrawal of the previous board to not to proceed with acquisition of Amaris Hotel, the committee resolved that all those were involved in that decision to confirm if they took that route or not to. You may recall that during our discussion earlier on, I actually engaged one of your board members, Mr. Nyondo, and he reflected on that. So Zomba Sondole is requesting that we take that route so that people can confirm that this is what we agreed as a board, that we proceed and acquire Amaris. So in that order, honorable members, I will allow board members to confirm one by one. So we'll start from the far end, the one responsible for investment. If you know that you arrived at that decision as a board and agreed, if during that board meeting you advised your fellow board members otherwise, that in your wisdom, we must not proceed, you say so. If in that meeting you were part of that and you confirmed that let's proceed, you also do the same. I think that's a request which has come from Zomba Msondole. Can we proceed that way?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Idrissa Mwale, a trustee representing the employer. I confirm that at our meeting of 25th of October, it was resolved that we should proceed to acquire Amaris Hotel. Thank you.
You said when exactly?
It was at our extraordinary board meeting on 25th of October, 2025. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair, my name is Yona Piri, a trustee representing the employee. I hereby confirm what the Chair has presented as a true reflection of the decisions that were made by the board. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I'm Irene Chikapa. On that extraordinary board meeting on 25th October 2025, the board really made a recommendation to the investment committee to engage an expert to give another opinion on the acquisition of Amaris. Then that report was after agreeing, and they should proceed to engage even Amaris to agree on the price. So it came to the board for endorsement, and the board endorsed. Thank you.
Was it just brought just to endorse or for deliberation and resolve? Can you come out clear, Ms. Chikapa?
The mandate as a board, we gave it to the investment to do all the necessary documentation and engage the expert advice, another expert advice analysis of the investment in Amaris. And that was done, and they proceeded to sign the agreement on behalf of the board, and it came to the board now for endorsement, and we did that, Chair.
I've, as a Malawian, I am under instruction from Zomba Sondole to do this. I just added on the aspect that anyone must explain, because going forward, you answer as individuals. That's why I said everyone can clearly indicate the position he or she took, and without being pushed or whatever. But I just wanted to put that on record that everyone can confirm. I hope whatever you're going to say, if we go to the minutes of that meeting, it shall be one and the same. Kindly proceed.
Honorable Chairperson and the Honorable Committee, I am Maxwell Tsitsi, a trustee. I can confirm that on our during our board meeting held on 25th of October 2025, a resolution was made that mandated the investments committee to look further into the issues of Amaris, and the committee presented their actions during a 17th January 2025 a 21st January 2026 board meeting where the resolution, where the decision was ratified. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Tise, you are in 2026. We are discussing a resolution which was discussed in October 2025. So ratification happened in 2026. What were you ratifying in 2026 when a sale agreement was signed on 17th November 2025? Were you trying to reverse?
Chair, thank you very much. The resolution to mandate the investment committee was made on 25th October 2025 board meeting, where now the investment committee completed the transaction, and this was reported to the board. That was held on 21st January 2026, where the decision was ratified. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Sitsi, what we're saying now is regarding resolution of the board meeting of 25th October 2025. Can you confirm your stand during that board meeting, sir? Did you attend the meeting or you didn't attend?
Chair,
what was your stand?
Chair, I attended. It was resolved that the investment committee should pursue the matter. Thank you, Chair.
So the board just resolved that the investment committee should pursue the matter, while next to you somebody said it came just for endorsement. Which is which?
Chair, the 25th October 2025 board meeting, a resolution was passed that the investment committee should pursue the matter. That's where now the issues of another expert advice should be sought. And based on that advice from the expert, that's where now the transaction was completed, and it was reported to the board on 21st January 2026, where the board ratified.
As a board, someone who is in the board, are you aware that the payments were made?
During the meeting that we had with the regulator, we were told that the SASA was signed, and then the other details we were told during the 21st January 2026 meeting. Thank you.
Maybe we finish. I will come back to you. We finish the confirmations. Anyone who knows when the payment was made from the board, apart from the chair and the vice chair, the payment, if it was made, or the payment has not been made. Maybe we will go to the next after Dr. Sitsi.
Chair and honorable members, I attended the meeting of 25th October 2025 virtually. So when the resolution was being made, I had made an apology that I was logging off, my phone was dying, and I didn't partake of the resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Can you switch off your mic? Can you pronounce yourself for the sake of those who don't know you, so that we get to know, like I indicated?
My sincere apologies, Chair. My name is Richard Zimba, a trustee representing employees. I attended the meeting virtually, but I logged off towards the end. I sent an apology saying my phone is dying. So to be fair, I was not part and parcel to the resolution that was made. Thank you.
Next.
Honorable Chair and the committee, my name is Brazil Mpepo. I hereby confirm that I was part of the meeting that took place on the 25th of October 2025, and my stand was that we continue to purchase the hotel, Amaris Hotel. Thank you, Chair.
Next.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members here. I can confirm that I attended the meeting of 25th of October 2025 virtually. I can also confirm that the resolution of that particular meeting, Chair, was that the investment committee be tasked to assess the business viability of the hotel. To assess the business viability of the hotel. On top of that, they were supposed to report back to the board. Allow me to add more insight on this, Chair, if you...
Please, you may proceed.
All right, thank you very much. So, since this being the resolution of this particular meeting,
Mr. Nyondo, can you retake the details, your institution and whatnot? Because Secretariat missed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Apologies, Chair. My name is Bernard Nyondo, trustee representing employees, Teachers Union of Malawi. So, as I said, the committee was tasked to assess the business viability of the hotel, and that they are supposed to report back to the board for a final resolution. Let me make it clear here, Chair, that I attended the meeting in the morning. I would like to make it clear, most especially to the members I represent, that I did not jump ship. Never have I expressed interest in the pursuance of this particular hotel, Amaryllis Hotel. So I would like members to know that, the members I represent. Also, Chair, I specifically asked one thing. The thing that I asked was, before the investment committee do this particular task of assessing the business viability, that resolution, it has to be shared with the board before it is sent to this seller, Amaryllis Hotel. I think the committee will also be interested to know that the response on this one was that this is a response from the chair of the fund. The response was that due to the timelines, it might maybe delay some of the processes. I stand to be corrected, but this is what I specifically asked, and this is the response I got. So because I was very concerned that the investment committee might not share this resolution in writing before being sent to Amaryllis Hotel, I further supplemented this by writing an email. Let it be known, Chair, and the rest of the committee, and the members whom I represent, that this email, because I was concerned with the contents of this particular letter, I had to write an email. This email was sent to the entire board. This email was sent on 10th of, It was sent on 17th of October 2025. If you can allow me maybe just to read an excerpt of this email.
Can you switch off the mic? We're talking of the board meeting which occurred on the 25th October 2025. So, Mr. Nyondo, representing the teachers union in the board, you are taking the committee back to 17th October 2025. Yes or no? On the email that you sent to all the members of the board.
Sorry, Chair, I might have missed the desk. Can you please come again on that one? I would like to.
You indicated that you sent the email on the 17th of October 2025, but the board meeting occurred on the 25th of October 2025. Can you recollect yourself?
Okay, thanks, Chair, for noting that. Apologies. The email was sent on 11th of November 2025.
That is after the meeting on 25th of October. Can you read the email that you sent to the board? How many people were copied?
Oh, okay. Thanks, Chair. Let me say again the date. It's 17th of November. So it was sent to the entire board. I also forwarded this email to the legal services manager and the audit of the fund. So allow me to read an excerpt relating to this matter, Chair. There is also the issue of disclosing contents of the board. There is also the issue of disclosing contents of the board resolution that was sent to Amaryllis on a way forward regarding the transaction. I understand the investment committee was to take up the issue, but the contents of the letter are yet to be shared with the board.
Chilazulu Nyungwe, what is out of order?
Chair, through you, could I ask Mr. Nyondo to read the email in full, please? Because the excerpt is not giving us enough context. Thank you.
Mr. Nyondo, what you can, Chilazulu Nyungwe, your point of order has been sustained. Mr. Nyondo, kindly proceed to read the email, and when you're done, make sure that we have that email here at Parliament for documentary evidence. Proceed.
Thanks, Chair. The reason why I only read this excerpt is because it was the one relating specifically to this issue, but since the members have requested, so I'll read, Chair. Dear Chair and trustees, I write this with great concern regarding how the fund business is being done. I understand that WhatsApp has become one of the most widely used messaging apps worldwide due to its convenience and speed. However, the continuous use of this platform in communicating about the fund's business has blurred the lines between board business, i.e. formal and structured communication, and casual or personal communication. Unfortunately, this has evidently started to create misunderstandings between the board members and our credibility as a whole. There are several standing issues that I believe need to be resolved before the board can continue with any other business. The first one is regarding the suspension of the principal officer, Mr. George Jim. It would be imperative for trustees to be furnished with information relating to the duration of his suspension an update on his hearing and or an audit that is supposed to take place following his suspension. It will also be important for trustees to know that the resolution regarding the PO suspension was in line with the Secretariat's staff terms and conditions of service. Another outstanding issue relates to the appointment of the acting principal officer, Mr. Boyd Hamera. Some trustees raised concerns regarding his appointment as the acting principal officer of the fund, but it seems the board resolution regarding this matter did not come out clear. My understanding on the matter and recollection of the board resolution was to choose an individual within the fund to be the acting principal officer, as opposed to a secondment of the mentioned officer, which is contrary to the trust deed of this fund. I believe that minutes of that particular extraordinary meeting, which are yet to be shared with the board, would shed more light on this matter. There is also the issue of disclosing contents of the board resolution that was sent to Amaryllis on a way forward regarding this transaction. I understand the investment committee was to take up the issue, but the contents of the letter are yet to be shared with the board. Further to the above, I would like to know if the board was at all informed or made a resolution on the production of the press release that appeared in one of the local papers on 5th of November 2025 regarding the suspension of the principal officer, Mr. George Jim. Lastly, I have seen that the board chairperson has made a proposed restructuring of the board committees via a WhatsApp message sent at 2023 hours on 10th November 2025. I would assume that there would have to be a board resolution on the matter first, and that proper procedures would have to be followed in order to come up with new board committees as recommended by the regulator. Further to this, I stand to be corrected, but I would also assume that the trust deed and fund rules would have to be amended before these legal instruments would help in creating any new board committees. The above pertinent issues require immediate action by the board, and I believe if resolved, would help the fund move in one uniform direction. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Can you read a list of those who you copy to?
Chair, as I said earlier, I sent this email to all the board members that are here, all the 12, or I should say 11 trustees of the fund, since I'm the one who sent it. So on top of that, I also forwarded this email to the LSM, the Legal Services Manager of the fund, and the Auditor of the fund. Thanks, Chair.
Of all the members who are seated, the board members who are seated here, do we have anyone who did not receive that email on the 17th or since that time? Chair of the board?
I did not receive the email on the day that it was actually sent. And I actually informed the author of that email that I was unable to access that particular email.
Controlling officer, to date, did he attempt to to send at any point the same email with the same attachment?
What I recall is that at a subsequent meeting, we had a discussion regarding the issues that he had raised, but I did indicate that I was unable to actually get that email.
Chair of Investment, did you receive that email? Yes or no?
Yes, I did, Chair. Thank you.
So much. Can we finalize next to Mr. Nyondo?
Thank you, Chair. For the record, my name is Arthur Manyunya, trustee in this third cohort representing the employer. And also allow me to take time. I know we are already late, but I also want to explain in my response.
Mr. Manyungwa?
Manyunya.
Manyunya.
Yes, sir.
I would like to give you, can you switch off your mic? I would like to give you space because you're representing others. So this is an inquiry. And I can assure you that we need that, no matter what. But be assured that a cow can produce 20 liters of milk or 50 liters of milk without making any noise. But a hen, just one egg, you find it quack, 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 quack. So we want you to take your time and respond, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think I understood the analogy. I did attend the meeting of the 25th October 2025, and my understanding was that the resolution was made to task the investment committee to review and analyze the business sense of the transaction in issue. Chair, I happened to be privileged at that time to be a member of the investment committee, and therefore following that resolution which had tasked the committee met on the 27th October 2025. At that meeting, Chair, a resolution was presented to the committee. I think it's the resolution that is talking about resuscitating this transaction. Chair, I would like to state that I, as a member of the committee, queried the wording of that resolution. I'll give an example, Chair. The resolution said it was made out of an ordinary meeting. My understanding was that the 25th October 2025 was not an ordinary meeting, but an extraordinary meeting. But also that the wording of the resolution said that the committee should conclude in part of that resolution. That was also contested by myself, and we asked the committee chair, among other things, to ask the signatory, who was the chairperson, to revise the wording of the said resolution. Chair, at this meeting, Secretariat was also tasked to produce a document that would show the procedure on how we would proceed with this transaction, primarily because at this point, unlike other investments, we do not have a fund manager who is taking lead in this transaction. Allow me to skip to the 11th of November, when the board chair, through WhatsApp, as indicated by my colleague, informed the board that he, or the office of the chairmanship, had restructured the committees, and in that restructuring of committees, it was in twofold: to change the committees, but also he had placed people in those committees, including chairpersons. In the restructured committees, Chair, the concerns raised by Trustee Nyondo in the email I had raised on the same WhatsApp platform, including to say any changes to the committees would have to be confirmed by the board. Chair, in terms of this transaction, allow me to take you to the board meeting that was held on the 19th of November in Salima, where the RFI, the Registrar of Financial Institutions, the Reserve Bank of Malawi, was present and was, in essence, wanted to understand two issues. I think, like ably said by the chair, the two issues were, one, the suspension of the principal officer, and secondly, what was going on with the Amaryllis transaction. On that day, in response to a restriction that the RFI was issuing in that meeting, the board chair indicated that, Chair, can I go back to the reconstituted? In the reconstituted,
please proceed.
In the reconstituted committees, I now was appearing in HR and governance and legal committees. I was not part of the investment, so that's why I'm taking you from there. Whatever transpired, I was not privy to until the 19th of November, and along with the Registrar of Financial Institutions, I came to understand that an agreement was signed on 17th November, 2 days prior to the board meeting. Chair, as you would expect, this was a surprise because ideally committees, even at Parliament, work on delegated authority, and the expectation that I had was that the committee would report back whatever it found out, including the issues of EMJ. I've never met EMJ. I thought that would have come to the board for discussion to make a resolution. But I heard in that meeting that an agreement was signed. Chair, this raised issues. I had also raised issues to say this was 2 days away from a board meeting. Why did we not wait for 2 days to get this signed? Nonetheless, it was also the day that the restriction notice and the other orders by the, I think a restriction notice by SEB and the stop order by the RFI were issued. Therefore, I think any issues to do with this were curtailed, and I must also say that it was a time that part of the board, including the board chair, were invited by the Attorney General on the same day to provide information. So the discussion on Amaryllis, to my knowledge, did not continue that day. Chair, fast forward to, I don't have the date, I may come back, but there was a letter in or around February of this year. The Reserve Bank of Malawi issued a letter which had indicated that it would issue penalties to trustees, and then trustees should justify why the penalties should not be issued to them. On 24th, we were given 7 days to do so. On 24th February, we met on emergency to discuss the response to the RFI. Chair, because at this time, I did not have any information, even the issue of price or whether that payments had been made ahead in that meeting. I raised issues. And because each of the trustees was supposed to give a response or their part in terms of the response to the RFI, why we should not be punished, I also wrote an email to the board chair. I think at that time had indicated on the WhatsApp group that due to leakage of information, I think the social media was awash at that time with information, not from the board, from the fund, I should say, but from other institutions. The direction was that all input should be sent to the chairperson or the vice chairperson. In my wisdom, Chair, I sent my input to the vice chairperson, who later forwarded the input to the chairperson. Chair, may I request also that I read part of my email to indicate my knowledge of the transaction as at that point.
To read that email, you may also wish to give details of those who were copied so that we get to the bottom of this.
Thank you, Chair. Dear VC, as you are aware, some of us were not aware that the contract had already been executed. I only learned this while Chair was responding to the RFI who came to the board meeting to inform us of the stop order at the Salima meeting. At present, I do not believe that I have sufficient information to provide a fully informed reaction to the RFI later. In particular, I would like to inquire clarity on the following. 1, what is the status of the transaction? In brackets, has the transaction fully been completed or only partially executed? 2, what are the key terms of the contract relating to the Amarilis transaction? 3, what are the current legal obligations of the fund under the agreement? 4, the investment manager responsible for handling this investment. 5, whether payment has already been effected, and if so, the amount paid, noting that varying figures appear to be in circulation. 7, the timing of such payments. 8, the source of funds, specifically whether these arose from divestments or contributions. 9, if through divestment, whether the board approved such action and what assets were involved. 10, are the penalties or liabilities for rescinding the sale as directed? Are there penalties or liabilities for rescinding the sale? Chair, you might also wish to note that the order had recommended that the transaction be rescinded. So I was inquiring as to whether there are penalties or liabilities for rescinding the sale. 11, was there any formal variation, waiver, or clearance from, I think there's all from, but it should be clearance from the registrar after the stop order of 14th November 2025. Was there any engagement with the RFI after the transaction? Without this information, I find it difficult to meaningfully contribute to a response that meets the expectations set out by the registrar. I request for clarification on the above issues. Nevertheless, I am of the view that we should take steps to formally notify the seller that we are not proceeding with the purchase. Overall, as a response to why the RFI should not impose administrative penalties on trustees, I strongly believe that we should affirm that we will ensure strict compliance with the registrar's directive. Lastly, I am of the view that we need to adopt a more corroborative, coordinated, and informed approach in responding to the RFI and any communications on the transaction in order to avoid potential administrative penalties and ensure that our position is clear, consistent, and defensible. Regards, Arthur. Chair, that email as the one that I sent to the VC, and he had responded that he would forward it to the chairperson. So some of the issues that have been said, to say payments up to now, for me, I'm not aware whether those payments were made, because I do not have that information. Thank you, Chair.
VC, can you switch off your mic? VC as in Vice Chair? Yes. Vice Chair, you've been reflected. Can you confirm that you received the email? Or you didn't?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members. I can confirm that I received the email from Trustee Arthur Manyunya, and I forwarded the email to the Chair of the Board and notified the whole Board on the WhatsApp group that I had received that communication and did forward to the Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Did you receive a response from the chairperson having sent the request to the chair?
Honorable Chairperson, there was no response on the WhatsApp forum because I think, like he mentioned, Trustee Manina mentioned, the direction was that it's either those things should be sent to me or to the chair. So whatever I got, I had to forward and they just notified, but there was no confirmation of receipt of the same, because it was not only him, others also sent through me. I did the same and notified the board on the forum that I had received such from such and have forwarded. So there was no, to answer your question, Honorable Chair, there was no response specifically to the email that I had forwarded coming from Trustee Arthur Manyunya. Thank you.
You forwarded the email to the chair?
Chairperson.
Can you confirm, did you forward the email to the chair?
I can confirm, Honorable Chairperson.
Did the chairperson respond to your email?
I'll have to check, but my immediate recollection is that I don't think he acknowledged receipt. But Honorable Chairperson, I can check because it's the email still has to be there. So, but my immediate recollection is that he did not acknowledge receipt. Thank you. But that's why I went ahead and informed the group on the WhatsApp forum. Thank you.
Listening to the sentiments coming from the board, specifically Dr. Vitsitsi, and what the last presenter indicated, if we conclude that the decision to buy the hotel was not a decision by the board controlling officer, are we going to be right or wrong? Can you take that one?
Honorable Chair, there are several elements to the question that you have asked, because as of 25 October, the board discussed the history of the transaction at length and made a resolution to actually proceed with the transaction, and that in light of the documentation which had come to the investment committee, the board would now task the investment committee to negotiate and conclude. So that was a decision that was made by the board. In many instances where we have sat as a board, there have been dissenting views over several issues. In fact, to possibly shed better light regarding this particular matter, you might notice that when we're even just to extend the issue of possibly the way we would differ and resolve our matters, even the issue of dealing with the letter of the registrar on 20th of February, it was actually something which came as a shock, because we saw that the media was actually awash with a lot of documentation. I made a proposal that our documents must actually be shared individually And as a matter of views going around the table, in spite of the majority agreeing with that particular approach, I had to actually change that approach and ask that we actually meet. The issues that are raised by Trustee Manyunya were now discussed at a meeting that we held together, because the proceeding of sharing the material electronically was something which I felt would possibly not allow most of the trustees to make contributions. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair, you indicated that you received several communication from other members or trustees of the board. Are you willing to share who and who? And what were the content?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Allow me to begin by my communication as regards the email from Trustee Manyunya, so that I can then take the rest. I think the communication I submitted was to say, Trustee Manyunya, this is on the forum that all of us are there. Trustee Manyunya shared an elaborate submission via email, forwarded the same to the chairman. So I was informing the whole board that we have received an elaborate submission from Trustee Manyunya, which I have forwarded the same to the chairman. So to answer your question, Chair, I also received an email from Trustee Yona Piri, and I did the same. I just said I've received one. This is on the forum where everyone is there, and then
are you comfortable to share the contents of that, what you just indicated that you have received? Yes, from, yes.
Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Committee, I think actually this email was addressed to both me and the chairman, and as recipient of the email. So on your request, I'm going to take it. This is a Trustee Piri writing. Chair and VC, unless my learning was hindered to Trustee Development Program, RFI is overstepping its boundaries on our fund business. What we have in the established governance and regulatory framework is totally different from how they have behaved. The board and management have been entrusted with fiduciary duties. Our statutory obligations are to implement our strategic plan and make day-to-day operational decisions. While RFI regulates us through prudential provisions and policy guidelines, our governance structure hasn't fallen short. The process of investing in the hotel was consultative with the stakeholders and players, including RFI in Salima. I vividly remember our Salima physical meeting, in which they only wanted us to assure them that we have fund members at our hearts as we proceed with the investment. Additionally, they requested for documentation, which we submitted, including how we shall mitigate, of course, misspelled as mitigated, but mitigate the projected risks. FRI, I presume this, I know it means RFI, is portraying double standards, and it's obvious they are reacting to social media calls. I would have loved they summoned the board first before publishing this rescission directive. Thanks, That's the end of the email, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Other board members have confirmed their attendance of the meeting on the 25th October. Can you confirm that you attended? Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. I can confirm that I attended that particular meeting on 25th of October 2025 at Lifestyle Boutique Hotel. Regarding the resolution, I also can confirm that a resolution was made, but the resolution specifically said when the investment committee was being tasked to assess a business, if there's a business case regarding the business that the hotel that we intend to acquire as a fund. Probably because I also at that particular time, apart from being a vice chair, I was also in the investment committee. The task was for us as a committee, investment committee, to have this to carry out this particular duty beginning 27th of October. So, like you have heard from my fellow other members from the committee, we proceeded to meet on the 27th of October, and the few members of the secretariat were present, as obviously to offer their secretarial duties to the committee. So it was a brief meeting, really, because we did not seem to agree on anything, because the members of the secretariat felt like, amongst the other issues that have been raised by Trustee Manyunya, who was also a member of the investment committee, they felt like they were not comfortable with the wording. And also, I remember, because allow me to mention that this is my first time to be in the board, and this was probably the second meeting of me participating. So I was not very sure of the procedures taken to do such investment, but I know that the board had already engaged itself in other investments before us. So I requested the secretariat to provide us a committee, including me, because I was I'm new, with the guidelines, the steps, and the procedures that are taken when such transactions are being undertaken, so that going forward, we should comply with those guidelines that are set. And then I think that was almost the conclusion of the issue. We gave them that task, and also they also resisted the wording of the resolution, and then we went back and tasked ourselves to report back to the board. Honorable Chairperson, I think, like you've heard, and then I think on the 10th, 11th of November, that's when the committees were reconstituted, and then I was not in the investment, I was no longer in the investment committee. I remained the vice chairperson, and then, so from there, my participation in the meetings was quite limited, because within that time, that was November, December, January, probably most of you know that I work for the Ministry of Finance, and this was a mid-year time. So I was heavily involved in the mid-year budgets. So I sent an apology for the coming board meeting that was in December, is it November 19th, thereabout. And then, of course, because of the events of that particular day, this is when the Malawi Society produced that particular document. I missed the first day where this particular issue was being discussed, and then the bank came. I was not there when the bank came. The RFI, allow me to refer to them as the RFI, because I think I understand that these are two different roles. When they came, I was not present. I had sent my apologies, but the events of the day that had transpired required me then to go there on the next day, which I think is the 20th. I went, and because I had committed to my colleagues that I think I'm going to accompany the chair and the acting PO to the Attorney General to explain, because we had been sanctioned. So because we were not agreeing on how the procedure should be like, I gave my fellow trustees my word that I'm going to accompany the chair and the acting PO to the Honorable Attorney General, and then I'm going to report back to them. Because of that commitment, I went back. I went to Salima, despite that I missed the first day. and I told them that what we have submitted to the Honorable Attorney General is just preliminary. Basically, we have told him that we are going to make a substantive submission. And that is why the acting PO is not with us. He's compiling a whole package for the information of the Honorable Attorney General. And then that was the Honorable Chair. Unfortunately, my last meeting to participate. After that, there were other two substantive, including this last particular meeting. The board was supposed to discuss the response to RFI, where we were attested to justify why we should not be penalized. I was not part of that because then that was pretty much when I'm busy with my work now for the national budget. I gave my apology. Formally, I was sending both to acting PO and the chair. I'm not able to attend. So, in terms of the knowledge of the other events that as regards the transaction that took place from that point, so my last participation in terms of this particular transaction was at the 27th of October meeting, where we did not really make any headway, and then so that's the kind of event. So to answer Honorable Chairperson the question, yes, 25th I was there, but as far as my recollection is concerned, that's what transpired from that point on. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. So when they are talking of signing the sale agreement, as Vice Chair, were you informed or were you aware that the sale agreement had been signed?
Honorable Chairperson, unfortunately, I was not aware, and maybe unlike my colleagues who were told in Salima, when that news was being told to them in Salima, I was not in that particular meeting. Thank you so much.
So as a Vice Chair of the board, you also saw in the social media that the sale agreement had been signed.
Chair, as regards the signing of the sale agreement, and not even on the social media. Really, I am quite active on social media, but I think as regards whether a sale agreement has been signed or not, I did not even see anything to that effect.
Vice Chair, since you are active on social media is awash with the fact or with allegations that payments were made. Probably if you're talking of payments being made, you can't make a payment without sale agreement. So are you aware that payment was made?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, I'm aware that payment was made, but I got to know about it through the same means, the social media, because like the next meeting where people were discussing the payment, I was not present as well. Thank you.
Vice Chair, as a Vice Chair, Honourable members, I'll come back to you. As a Vice Chair, what is your role? Given a chance, what is your role? If you're not aware, are you aware who are signatories to the board funds if you're making payments? Do you make payments via, is it electronic or you release checks? How do you make payments, Vice Chair?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Like I have said, the one important request that I had made on the 27th of October meeting is for the management, the secretary, to provide us with the procedures. Let me just take a little bit back, because I think, like others have mentioned, we have been taken through orientation, induction, and none of that information as regards how the transactions are conducted in terms of purchase of assets or was never provided. So that particular point, up to now, I'm not aware of the procedures, because, like I said, the request that I had made on 27th up to now has never been, we have never been furnished with that information, because that's, like I said, we needed as to know the steps, the procedure that is taken to whenever you are transacting in any transaction for the fund, whether it's investment or anything relating to our committee as investment committee. So as long as I am concerned, that information was not made provided to me or to a committee that I belong to then. The interesting question that you've asked is what would be my role as a vice chair, chairperson, when the committees were constituted. I think each and every committee is given 2 hours. So like when I belong to the investment committee, I knew the 2 hours for the investment committee. But for my role as a vice chair, really pretty much was to deputize the chairman. So in his absence, I could chair meetings. He could task me things that primarily would be done by him, but in his absence, or sometimes even when he's around, he would just say, can you lead this particular discussion? So that has so far between October, well, not really, September when I became the vice chair up to now, that has been my role as a vice chair. As regards the investment, this particular investment, when I ceased to be a member of the investment committee, I did not participate in any discussion regarding this particular transaction, because primarily the conversations were in the investment committee. Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Honorable members, any takers? I see. I recognize the area on my apologies. I recognize Blantyre Chirobo, you may recall, on members, and Blantyre, sorry, Chiromoni Nancholi. Welcome to Saturday. And the chair, welcome to Saturday, the 14th of March 2026 from the deliberations which started on the 13th. But we just have to do something for this nation. Blantyre, yes. What is out of order? You are in fact the first person to carry a player which has been offered in on the 13th. You were still revolving with it to the 14th. What is out of order?
Are speaking freely. I've seen one board member that has been trying time and time to get your attention. I would like to ask if you may be kind enough to also give him some time to maybe piggyback from what his fellow colleague was just saying before we go to Blantyre Chilobwe. Also, if possible, to extend on Zomba Msondola's question, could we get maybe another go around, if you're willing, Chair, where the board members express what they voted for, either to proceed with the purchase or not, and why? Thank you so much, Honorable Chairman. Thank you.
Honour members, is that the general feeling of the committee? Yes. Thank you. Blantyre Nancholi, you can come after. Okay. What is out of order?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We have just heard from the last trustee that the resolution that was made, it was not taken back to the board up until the contract was signed, and then I think if I heard him well, whatever was discussed in the investment committee was not taken back to the board to make their final decision. Now, if we say they have to confirm whether they accepted, or maybe they said no, not to buy the hotel, or maybe to buy the hotel. The issue is it looks like they don't have information on the that the investment committee did not report back to the board. So that's why I'm looking at that. If they are requested to ask whether they wanted it to be bought or not, maybe they might not have that information, considering that there was no communication back to the board from the investment committee. Maybe before, Chair, you come in, the investment chair is here. Did you take back the resolutions that you made to the board before the contract and the payments were made? Maybe if you can confirm to this committee now, and then whatever Chiradzulu Nyungwe has asked, then maybe it can proceed in that way. Thank you.
Chair, Investment Committee, yes or no?
Honorable Chairperson, the report of the transaction when it was concluded was submitted to the board. It was due for submission, but the meeting with RFI came in earlier than the report to the board. Thank you.
The question is, as the chair of investment committee, regardless of prevailing circumstances, all right, Chikwawa West wants you to come out very clearly. Did you, as a chair of investment committee, to take the minutes or the resolutions, whatever, back to the board? Yes or no?
Chair, the report was presented to the board at a later date.
Yes. Can you recall when the report was presented to the board? When?
Honorable Chair, I can't recall the exact date, but I think it was in one of the meetings that we had in Salima when we were responding to RFI later. Thank you.
Can you recall? You remember the other time you were having issues with the dates. So when you colleagues, let me be clear. Chair investment. The problem, we have. We are your colleagues. Why are you having to play games? We're all from, there are colleagues from Jasa College here. We were together at Polytechnic in those days. And we went into different careers. Like in my case, I was at Chanko. Now, I've been in sales and marketing for almost 18 years before I joined the active politics. I speak numbers. You are in investment. When you're talking of investment, you're talking of figures. Now, why were you in investment when you can't recall dates? You can't even remember when these are basic numbers. You haven't started punching serious numbers which are involved in serious investments. Now, the board chair here indicated that the investment, you are revolving somewhere around over $1 trillion. Now, when someone is looking after over $1 trillion, but he can't recollect a debt, are we safe? Or those people out there, are they safe? Can you come out clear, my dear brother, so that everyone gets to get the information clearly? Maybe I get supplementary from Lilongwe Chirobwe. Mulanje Southeast, and there is Salima Central. In that order, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think I should say early morning. To you, Mr. Manyunya, who drafted the resolution at Salim, where you were having a meeting? You talked of Salima meeting. Since there was no manager for the fund, who drafted the resolution? Who drafted the resolution?
Maybe before we get to you, the question from Chikwawa West has not been ably handled. Is that in order, colleagues? Am I reading right? Yes. Colleague from investment. Can you clear yourself before those who trusted you? Because you did not walk into that trust fund just from nowhere. There are people who trusted you to represent them. It's not your own doing. No. can those who trusted you to work there believe that okutatumizako muntu? Can you come out clear?
Honorable Chair, can I just explain a bit?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Thank you. So, having been tasked by the board to undertake the finalization and conclude the acquisition of Ameris Hotel, everything was done, and when we had a report to present to the board, it's when there was a restriction order from RFY not to proceed. Then everything is told from that point onward, up until the meeting that we had on 21st of January, where we made a report to the board to report to them what had transpired, basing on the board resolution that was passed on the 25th of October. And at that meeting, those that...
Can you hold? In a board meeting on the 25th of October, you were tasked to go and finalize all the details regarding the sale. Now the sale, it appears, occurred on 19th November. 17th November. Now, what motivated you to bring that investment thing in January when the investment had already occurred? What is it that you're trying to regularize?
Honorable Chairperson, there was a restriction order, so there was nothing that had proceeded thereafter. Thank you.
The restriction order was not to talk anything about that sale. There's a point of order on the side.
Okay. The real concern here is that the pension fund of civil servants are at risk.
Maybe on that point of order, I'll give you time. You proceed nicely and interrogate him.
No, we are just right here. It's just that simple. All we want to know, Chair, is the sale agreement was signed on the 17th. When was the first chunk of money paid? What was contained in that sale agreement? Who signed the sale agreement? How was the funds paid? Because when we spoke to Secretariat area, they are not aware how the amount was paid. So these are just
Blantyre Chiromoni. It's not area.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Oh, it's just yesterday. So let's I think what we are doing, we're not doing ourselves justice here. Let's get the numbers quickly. Let's get the dates. Give us a timeline. Yesterday I was doing this, and then today we did this. We made a payment. We've made a first chunk. For example, whenever we are selling, there's a percentage you agree. We agree a 30% deposit. When the consent is done after some months, then the balance is paid. But this particular case is a special case. This is what we need to do. So maybe before we go further, can we just get to say the sale agreement? Because even if you keep going to we brought it at 19th, or there was this, we know the sale agreement was signed on the 17th. We know the payment was paid. We need to know how much was paid, how was the money paid, and when was the money paid? Who are the signatories? Is the Secretariat not part of that? And if that's the case, how are the movements of the money? Because exactly like I said, the real concern, Chair, is the fact that the pension funds of civil servants are at risk, as these are key targets for fraud. So that's what we want to. That's what we want to establish. The rest we can go round and round. We already established facts. We know the money was paid. We want to know how much, and if there is a balance, how much is the balance?
Lidongo Jirobwe, switch off your mic. I want us not to water down the elements which have been aired by Blantyre Chiromoni. Controlling officer, I want you to come out very clear, because it appears most of the board members are not aware that the sale happened, are not aware if a payment was made. So to address those things, can you come out clear that this sale agreement was signed on a such a date? Can you respond to the committee in this manner? When was a sale agreement signed? When was the first payment made? When do you expect to make the last payment? And how much? Can you come out clearly in terms of the amounts? The rest, I want to put on record because it appears others have information, but they are not that strong to speak or arrange that we engage them in camera as Parliament. So I want you to come out clear in terms of when the sale agreement was signed, how much was paid, and when what is outstanding as per Blantyre, Chiromoni, Kabula, Nancholi constituency. Controlling officer.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Allow me to answer those questions first and then maybe extend my answer otherwise.
Proceed.
Thank you. The sale agreement was signed on 17th of November 2025. 2 days later, there was a restriction notice which froze the operation of the clauses of the agreement, which had required that on execution, you would pay 40%, and on the production of a tax clearance certificate, you'd pay 30%, and when you start doing the transfers, you'd pay 20% and 10%. The two first conditions having been satisfied after the lifting of the restriction notice, it meant that the first 40 and the second 40 were paid. So a sum close to 90 billion was paid, leaving a balance of about 38 billion on the sale, waiting for the rest of the steps to be undertaken and fulfilled, and therefore completing the payment.
Before you proceed, the 90 billion which was paid, when can you be exact?
I am not aware of the dates when that was paid because I think of the way the fund operates. Because once the fund had actually completed, I will possibly try to highlight one or two problems, but once the sale was completed, the fund money doesn't stay at the fund. The fund money stays mostly with the fund managers, who are the ones who are given the money through the custodian to do the investments. So once the fund managers get the money, they will actually, if there's any payment to be done, they are the ones to be approached for purposes of liquidating, or if they have got cash, they send that to the investment manager with instructions of where that money should actually be paid.
Controlling officer, can I have Zomba City North?
Yeah, Chair, I just want to supplement the question asked by Blantyre Chiromoni, Blantyre Chiromoni, Nanjoli, thereabout. Yeah, who authorized this payment? And in his submission, the controlling officer.
Zomba City North. Stop there. Controlling officer, can you take Zomba City North?
The authorization for payment is as a result of the sale agreement itself, which means, can I possibly be allowed to complete?
Members, can I have order, please? Controlling officer?
Yes, the sale agreement has got terms of payment, which means that the Secretariat is the one that now triggers the implementation of the terms of the agreement. So that would now have to rest with the principal officer. In this case, it was the acting principal officer who would actually communicate with the managers with the resources to actually move the funds for purposes of payment.
Point of order, owner of the question.
Yes, so the principal officer single-handedly would just write the pension fund managers to say based on this you can transfer such amount of money? Because when earlier you were presenting the figures there, it clearly indicates you only keep 1% cash. So you had to disinvest. That's because that's what the structure I wanted to find out. For us to get 80 billion, obviously you would tell, how much did you tell CAM to disinvest? How much did you tell Old Mutual, for example, to disinvest? How much did we tell Nico Asset Managers to disinvest? So these are numbers. It's just simple, each, just like that. Because we have wasted almost 3 hours. When we know, all Malawians want to find out is how much money was paid. The key is to find whether their money is safe or not. That's all. So if you know, okay, it's a principal officer who authorized, or the acting principal officer who authorized, then other questions will start arising. Because maybe we'll say, is that the reason why we had to suspend the current one? Maybe he was not playing ball at that point. So those are the questions that we really wanted from you. Straightforward. Chair.
Yeah, very true that we can proceed that way, but we cannot avoid this because there's this thing. So the controlling officer will give you time just to respond to this, to Blantyre Chiromoni. Controlling officer.
Came into effect and the restriction notice was lifted. In the event that there was no restriction notice, it would be incumbent upon the principal officer to communicate to the fund managers. Now, these are monies that are out there for investment. Some of it is liquid, some of it is in assets. In the event that it was in assets, like maybe listed equities, it means we have to sell the shares. But in this particular case, the fund managers had sufficient liquidity to move the resources. So when they were requested to move the money, they did move the money. They have got their own requirements for them to move the money, and they demanded the documentation that would support that movement of the money in terms of the conditions of the sale. So once that was seen as compliant, that's when the money was actually moved.
So you are telling this committee that the principal officer single-handedly can just write a document to make an approval. Is that the internal controls that are there at the Public Service Pensions Trust Fund?
There are many things that we would possibly want to raise to the committee regarding this, because when we came in as a committee, we found that there were a lot of systems that were not actually in order. And those systems have actually been affected mostly by the issues surrounding this transaction and what it has revealed. Because in our case, we are also interested in making sure that we see these things in place. So when we're looking at these transactions, we're looking at what are the current practices, what are the requirements, and in most of these cases, we are guided by the fund managers and the custodian in terms of how these processes actually move. As a board, it is our responsibility to see how we can strengthen these systems. The fact that some of these controls are not there doesn't mean that we are not interested in instituting reforms that would lead to better safeguarding of pensioners' resources. So at this particular stage, the principal officer is the one who is responsible for that movement of money. And that has been the practice with all the acquisitions that the fund has made. As a board, we were actually looking at this, and we wanted to see how this can actually be improved to introduce better safeguards in terms of how this is actually done. And
controlling officer.
I wanted to possibly address a matter which I wanted to extend at the end of a question, Chair. You might have noticed that there are some slight discrepancies regarding the resolution and everything else. When we met on 25th, the matter, some of the trustees were actually attending virtually. And for that reason, the discussion was actually recorded in terms of what each one of us said, what were our positions regarding this. Maybe 2-3 months later, it may not be easy to remember what exactly was the position you took, or what exactly you said, or where you started and where you stopped. But I'm of the view that that recording can assist us and even inform the committee better on what the committee, what the board resolved on that particular day. Because what was written in the resolution was a reflection of what was resolved. It is not what was written that is the resolution. It is the decision that the board arrived at. So I believe that that recording, if the committee can go through it, is going to better guide in terms of what resolution was made and what steps were taken by the investment committee and what were the expectations of this particular committee in terms of how this transaction will be handled, negotiated, and concluded. Thank you, Chair.
You've indicated to this committee that you are not sure when the payment was made. Yes or no?
I'm not aware of the date when the payment was made.
Practically, Secretariat, can you switch off your mic? The PO normally drafts, it is alleged that the PO normally drafts a memo, an instruction for payment, and the chair signs. Yes or no?
It is at the fund, Honorable Chair. And I did not sign anything authorizing or instructing any payment.
Thank you so much. But now you say that payment happens after the sale agreement. Who signed the sale agreement?
As a matter of practice, when we got to this particular process, I think even in the course of the negotiations, I had made an inquiry of the practices and procedures, knowing that the trust deed does indicate that it is the chairman and the fund secretary that actually signed this. I did make an inquiry on all the contracts that are actually been signed in order to verify that any signing of this particular agreement would depart from those practices. I was shown the evidence that the contracts of the fund, notwithstanding the provisions of the trust deed, are signed by the chairman and the chair of the investment committee. And the sale agreement on behalf of the fund is signed by the chairman and the chair of the investment committee.
So the chair of investment committee, we can confirm that he signed that one, the sale agreement. Chair, investment?
As a witness, yes, Chair.
So you were tasked to provide all the basics, and you were quite aware that the sale agreement has been signed without the resolution of the board, because you had not taken that to the board. You actually indicated in this room that you took the board, anything revolving around the sale to the board in January, when you knew that on the 17th of November, you had signed for a sale agreement. Why?
Chair, we were tasked by the board resolution that was made on 25th of October to conclude and negotiate the transaction of the Marys Hotel. Thank you.
Zomba, there's a point of order?
Chair, I think it might help your honorable committee to know who we are talking to. It's very important. I wanted us to establish a track that we can easily trace. Who are we dealing with? Before us, we have got a cohort of trustees that has got two components. One was licensed in December, the other was licensed later on. I would want to ask Chairperson that we know the two trustees that were boarded on, having received directions from OPC that these ones were rejected and they need to come back on the board. So we need to establish who those two are.
Mulanje Southeast, thank you for that one, but I would like to ask you to paint slightly, just not much. We'll get back to you. Chairperson, can you confirm, if we're to go by the chair of investment, can you confirm to this committee that the sale agreement was signed before the resolution of the whole board? Because the recommendations were on the 25th of October, and the investment committee, which the vice chair belongs to, met, and the vice chair was still learning. But it went on and proceeded to sign the sale agreement before the whole board had reconvened, because the whole board reconvened somewhere in January when a sale agreement was signed in November, on the 17th November 2025. Can you confirm that that action happened without the resolution of the whole board? Controlling officer.
Honorable Chair, the actions of the investment committee were pursuant to a resolution of the board. And the resolution of the board, that's why I referred to the recordings that were actually done, because that is what is going to guide what that content is. Remember, Honorable Chair and members, that at this particular meeting, there was a challenge with the production of the minutes of this particular meeting because the PO had been suspended. The members of the Secretariat who were in attendance and who were recording refused to produce those minutes when requested. That is why you will see that the trustees here are not on all fours in terms of what was resolved. That is why I said, if that recording is availed to your committee, you'll be able to appreciate what was actually resolved and what decisions were made and what instructions were given to the investment committee, which, to my recollection, was that the investment committee was being tasked to do a number of things. The history that I was actually giving the committee regarding all those transactions, the letters, the back and forth, was to inform the fact that the board was of the view that the investment committee was going to undertake this particular process. And looking back, looking at the fact that the transaction by a fund manager could be concluded in a shorter space of time, they had actually negotiated with the seller to give them at least up to 18th to consider whether they can actually enter into this because the business was actually viable. That is what transpired, and that's how it happened with respect to this particular transaction. But I believe that the actual instruction that was given to the investment committee was that they were going to actually have a business viability because the board had made one major resolution to pursue the transaction. That is one. Secondly, that pursuit of this transaction would not be complete without the board getting a fresh assessment of whether this business was viable. That is where the engagement of an advisory team came in. Thirdly, it was a matter of now the board giving the investment committee the instruction to negotiate and conclude. But all that can be verified from the negotiation we had, because the board was supposed to act in the best interest of the members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Controlling Officer. You've referred to the recordings. Do you want us to help you get the recordings?
I think we can actually supply the recordings ourselves. We can actually ask the Secretariat to bring, if they have not brought those recordings already.
But I want you to also finish this committee with the payment procedures for the board, the rules which governs payment procedures, because such a big fund cannot operate without payment procedures laid down in black and white. Is that okay, Controlling Officer?
Be glad to provide you with information regarding how we process our payments. And again, like I said, we're actually at the brink of looking at our systems and processes in order to see where the gaps are and fill them. So we would want to show you the picture as it stands now with respect to the fund, notwithstanding that we have made investments and we are sitting at 1.1 trillion. What are our internal processes and how can we make sure that we actually improve them? So I would be most willing to grant you what we have now and what instruments we are actually using with respect to the fund.
Can we have Blanta Chirobwe, Blanta Chiromoni, then Vice Chair here, then we proceed that way. Let me recognize honourable members. You had submitted as well that we proceed that way, then we come to you. We were on where we wanted to confirm if the resolutions were taken to the board. Okay, maybe the trustees, they may want to clear that one. Because maybe before we proceed with a confirmation from this side, allow me to give space to Blanta Chiromoni Kabula. Blanta Chiromoni Kabula.
You remember when I asked all those questions, some of them were not, I wanted direct answers. So the confirmation that the sale agreement was signed on the 17th, I asked who signed the sale agreement. I think they came out. And you said that the 40% was supposed to be paid immediately after. Was this a bullet payment? That's what I had asked. Did it come from different fund managers? Which fund manager paid what? Because if you go to your investment policy statement, 3.3 Roman numeral 7, it prohibits some investments, and it says if it's an unquoted investment, you can only proceed if only these three actually gives you a go-ahead. Nico Asset Managers, Continental Asset Managers, and Old Mutual. So, the reason why I asked that is to find out from this if they really had the money and paid, whether they have read also, because then we'll also have to invite them, how they made that payment, because they on their own, they have to recommend that even if you had used any other, but because you are buying off stock market, for example, you have to make sure that one of these three made that recommendation. Did any of these three make the recommendation? And if they didn't, don't you think that you breached the investment policy statement? Thank you.
Controlling officer?
I think in terms of the detail of the investment policy, the investment committee team is better placed to respond. But because I also have got this information readily available to me, because I inquired, I am informed that only NICO asset managers did not participate towards the payment for this particular asset.
So the other two, which one? Old Major paid how much? And Continental Asset Managers paid how much?
And the Honorable Chair, I think maybe in terms of how we're looking at this, there were a number of challenges that we're actually having because of the restriction notice and the blackout of activity, and then the resumption of the transaction leading towards payment. So in terms of the board, that's why maybe you heard from my colleague from the investment committee that when we met the regulator on 19th and the restriction notice also came, it meant that we had two restrictions that were actually in place. One by the Anti-Corruption Bureau and the other one by the regulator. So that created the gap. But in short, I would
Jerome, what is out of order?
Instead of answering directly, because we are talking about the 17th, the sale agreement has been signed, right? And immediately the amounts of money have been paid. So by the time you received the restriction order, the money was still in your account or has not been paid by then?
Honorable Controlling Officer, let's proceed procedurally. Can you switch off the mic? When a member has asked, I'll grant you the floor so that we proceed in a procedural manner. You've time and again indicated that you had a restriction order, time and again, and it appears you respected the restriction order to a certain extent. From the time you received the restriction order, can you come out clearly? When was the money paid? Now, if you are able to comment on a restriction order, there was also another order which came from the regulator requesting you to rescind the decision. Did you receive that decision to rescind, or that communication to rescind the decision? Because you have time and again said you were restricted and you complied. Now, after some time, you are receiving another instruction to rescind the decision. Did you receive that communication to rescind your decision? Chair?
Got communication on 20th February asking the fund to rescind its decision. When we received that instruction, that's when we met as a board to discuss our response, which we made to the Registrar of Financial Institutions.
So in short, the decision, while you are complying on the restriction order, when it was lifted, then another decision came to rescind. This one you're still debating. Is this what you're telling the committee?
Okay. Maybe to give a better chronology to the committee, the restriction notice came on 19th, which was 2 days after this transaction. And I am not aware of any activities that happened during that period towards payment. My assumption is that if there was any payment, at least it must be after the restriction notice was actually lifted. It could not have happened during that period. I did instruct the acting PO not to do anything on the transaction. So I would not anticipate that there was activity that a payment was made during the restriction notice. Maybe we are at variance in terms of the order that was given by the registrar, because the registrar on 19th October also issued a directive which had the effect of stopping transactions related to the purchase or the acquisition of Amaryllis Hotel. That was conditional on two matters being satisfied. One was the fact that a meeting had to take place with representatives of the registrar, which happened on 19th. Remember that although we are receiving this letter on 17th, the letter was dated 14th. So one would assume that maybe it took 3-4 days to reach us. But when the registrar communicated on 14th, that letter was received on 17th. And from that particular moment, notwithstanding the fact that the signing had been done, that was actually an impediment to any transaction happening, including the payments. When the registrar came back on in a letter dated 23rd December, which was delivered to the fund on 6th January, the posturing was different, because at this particular stage, the registrar was saying that if you want to continue, submit a comprehensive report. And that is why the meeting of 21st January was convened. So during the time that there was these restrictions, there was no meeting that could be done to discuss Amaryllis, because the restriction notice was very clear. I wish I could access the restriction notice clear, but I'm sure that the Anti-Corruption Bureau has submitted that restriction notice. There was no way there was going to be any transaction. And the position that the fund took after the letter of 6th January, which was dated 23 December 2025, was that the regulator had now postured itself differently from the initial one, which said, pend all this until these are done, by now saying that if you want to continue, just give us a comprehensive report for purposes of showing that you are safeguarding the members' funds. That is why the next possible meeting for the fund is the one that took place on 21st January. Because one, it was to meet the requirements of the registrar, and secondly, we also needed to actually resolve the future of this. It is most unfortunate that when it comes to this transaction, the registrar has been very slow to react, notwithstanding the assurances that this transaction required agency because there was a need for intervention.
Controlling officer, you said you wish you had a restriction notice. Secretariat, can you give the controlling officer the restriction notice? Zomba City, North, and the Mulanje Southeast.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for giving the floor to Zomba City North to ask a question. In most of the questions that the controlling officer has been asked, the response has been that he was not aware. I would like to find out, how long does it take for you to be updated on the events or activities that have happened in your board as the controlling officer or the board chairperson? Because a lot of things happened, but yet you claim or insinuate that you are not aware. For example, on 12th November 2025, there was a contract negotiation. 2 days later, 14th November 2025, a contract was awarded to EMJ, which you claimed that you were not even aware that it was not certified. On the same 14th November, a report was shared by EMJ to your board. On 17th November 2025, contract agreement was signed without being even vetted. But yet on 19th November there was a board meeting where you reported that an agreement of the sale was signed. But all these events or activities, you insinuated that you were not aware. So I just wanted to find out, how long does it take for you to be updated? And another question in extension of that, are you on top of things as the board chairperson of the fund? Thank you, Chair.
Controlling officer, I hope you've received the restriction notice. I thought it is going to be very important to grant your wish so that we remain fair. You may wish to take questions from Zomba City North, but there was another one from Mulanje Southeast, and from there we'll come to the vice chair, then we'll come to you. Why? Because I want to give you time so that you get to attend to the document as well, while you're paying attention to questions from other members. Mulanje Southeast.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Mulanje Southeast. Please proceed. Ask your question.
Chairperson, for the record, the people of Mulanje Southeast would want to commend you for the job well done. You have kept awake throughout last night until this morning, and the people of Mulanje Southeast are watching and they are interested. Mr. Chairperson.
I'm humbled, but this is a commit work. It's not one man show. We are trying to save 22 million Malawians. So let me also extend the same compliments to the chair of the board and all members who are in this room, as well as media. Media, can you wake up? I've seen a lot of you dozing that side. Wake up. You're here. Sometimes you just receive money. Today you're going to earn your money, media. Okay? So let's wake up and save this country. You may proceed, Mulanje Southeast.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, we just wanted to have a few things on record. The first one, Chairperson, I will direct them to Trustee Manyunya and Trustee Nyondo through the Chairperson. I wanted to draw their attention to a resolution that was made from a board meeting of the 17th of January 2024, and whether they are aware of this particular resolution, whether they took part in that particular board meeting, and if they are aware of this board meeting and the resolution that was made, did they confirm to the chair having taken part and advised accordingly? Secondly, Chairperson, I believe some people can be very lucky. And tonight, Chairperson, I am an advocate of Lady Luck. We have got a chairperson before us, Chair, who was lucky to attend a meeting on 6th March 2024, a meeting that was instituted by the SPC, where the Public Service Fund was asked to make a presentation in Mzuzu. And during that particular meeting, this chairperson was privy and was not excused from attending that formal meeting or formal presentation, and he sat through that meeting and made comments, and he was tasked, apart from the Minister of Justice, who is the advisor to government, he was tasked to get documents from the Public Service Fund and advise the Chief of Government. Very lucky. 2 months down the line, this very person, chairperson, becomes a trustee of the Public Service Fund. In due course, Chairperson, Lady Luck shines on him. He chairs the very committee to which he was privy in the meeting in Mzuzu to sit and advise. Come October 25th, this very same chairperson advises the investment committee to proceed with a sale before the advisors that the investment committee was supposed to get advice from to tell them on whether the sale would be viable or not. But he directs them to go ahead and seal the sale without advising the board. And when he notices within November that some of his trustees are dragging their legs, he reshuffles the subcommittees of his board. Singularly. And some of them discover on the 17th that they have lost their membership after a sale has been done. Purportedly, this very same lucky person, chairperson, has a track record of not responding to emails and mails. And he comes to this honorable committee and tells us that the restriction order that was made by the RFI, he never got it and got it on the 19th. A restriction order that was sent on the 14th. And fortunately, by the time that he got the restriction order, he had actually initiated the sale, and the sale was a done deal. Lady Luck, the people of Mulanje Southeast chairperson are humbled to meet such a lucky person. Thank you, Chair.
Lilongwe Chirobwe, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. To you, the controlling officer, I have some few questions. Why did you change or reshuffle or restructure the committees in your board? The second question is, what's your relationship with your vice chairperson? Because it's very strange that you have a very intelligent, sharp vice chairperson who you did not tell what to do. He has told us that he couldn't do some of the things because he didn't know what to do at those particular times. The third thing is that when there's a sensitive issue, Mr. Controlling Officer, you're always saying you don't know. But when it comes to some issues, you are eloquently explaining even dates. What are you hiding to this committee? What are you hiding? Because you seem to be too clever on words and how you're explaining things. And in other areas, you seem not to know anything about these things. And why is the selection of orders? When it's a restriction order from the SCB, you're taking it. When it's a reversal order from the central bank, the Reserve Bank of Malawi, you are reluctant and you want the board to meet over it. And the other issue is about who among your board members knew about this sale well? Because from the explanation of a number of your members, they seem not to know anything until this thing was in the papers and the social media, including the vice chairman. Thank you, the chair.
I want to, before I come to you, Chitipa Central, I see our senior has raised hand. This is a seasoned politician, Nkatabe Central. You know, he has endured at his age, sitting here. This is a clear demonstration of maturity. Nkata Central, your time.
Thank you very much, Chair. To thank you, sir, for the time. Reference has been made to the board meeting and that all the discussions in the board and the conversation were recorded. And as a committee, we have been invited to listen to the recording of the board meeting. So I wanted to ask, through you, Chair, that could you be kind enough to enable the committee and the nation to listen to the recording of the board meeting? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Controlling Officer. As you take that one, this round, you must also come out clearly in terms of who signed the sale agreement, because you haven't committed. The committee would like to know if you indeed you signed the sale agreement and when, and who is your witness, because the investment chair said, and he rushed to say as a witness. So I want you to confirm if you, as a chair, signed the sale agreement. Over to you, Controlling Officer.
Honorable Chair, should I tackle these questions in the order they have come, or should I start with the last one? Because it's also the easiest of the questions.
You must start with the last one from the chair, then in that order. This far, when you're done with confirming, indicate as to when you can share the sale agreement to Public Accounts Committee for our next course of action. Because we have the other one, I think in the submissions is there, but I want the one which is signed. Anyway, proceed.
Honorable Chair, in terms of the documents that were submitted to the committee on 9th March, the subscription and asset sale agreement, which is signed, was actually submitted. And in that subscription and the asset sale agreement, the people who are signing are as follows: signed on behalf of Yusuf Investments Limited by Yusuf Shiraz Yusuf as director, there's a signature. Signed on behalf of Amaryllis Limited by Shiraz Yusuf as director, there's a signature. Signed on behalf of the Public Service Pension Trust Fund by Chizaso Eric Nyirongo as chairman of the Board of Trustees, there's a signature. And signed on behalf of the Public Service Pension Trust Fund by Idrissa Mwale as trustee, there's also a signature. So there are 4 people who signed this particular agreement on 17th November 2025.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would want to go to the comments that were made regarding Lady Luck and the coincidences that were pointed out, because I think there are some factual misrepresentations in that rendition. I was serving as Director of Legal Services at OPC in March 2024. My invitation to that meeting was not because I was a trustee. It was because I was actually a legal advisor in the office of the President and Cabinet. And it did transpire that out of those discussions, there were legal issues that I needed to take note of. I think this committee is aware that government has been pushing for common service for lawyers and there's a promotion of placing legal officers in various government departments. And I was assigned in that role, heading the department responsible for legal services. That was the status in March and the basis on which I was invited to that particular meeting. Then, 2 months later, I became a trustee. I think that's also a factual misrepresentation because I did not become a trustee until a year later. It was only in June 2025 that I was licensed as a trustee. So I'm not very sure where the 2 months actually came from. Then I have also been told that the same person directed the people to seal a transaction. I think we have gone out at length to discuss the fact that the board made a resolution. It was not at the instruction of one person. It was a question of a matter that had arisen, and this matter actually came from the investment committee that had the experience of all the exchanges with the principal officer. I would be at a loss as to where I, as chairman of this fund, directed anyone to seal a deal of this particular magnitude. I think for an organization which has got members, that level of misrepresentation is most unfortunate. Moving on to the reshuffling, I think that also coincides with the question which is actually asking what is the relationship between the chair and the vice chair. The chair and the vice chair, you find that in the committees that had been constituted before, the chair was not featuring in any committee. I had a discussion with the vice chair regarding our roles and considering that the reason why I would not be a member of a committee is because I would be required to preside over board business where committees have actually deliberated and made decisions. And therefore, it would not be proper that I should also be presiding over decisions that I had participated in. I did bring this matter to the attention of the vice chair that he too, because it deputizes my office, would also be in the same situation in the event that I'm not present where the board is deliberating on matters. We did agree that the two of us should not be members of any particular committee. And having done that, the regulator also issued new instructions regarding how the committees would be reconstituted. And that is what motivated the reshuffling, looking at the skills that were available, and it was actually a matter that me and the vice chair discussed. So it was also not a single act of me reshuffling any committee, and I'm also finding that that misrepresentation is also most unfortunate with respect to the innuendos that it actually brings. Then there's also the question of the restriction notice from the RFI. As a board, we took positions with respect to all the restriction notices. As you can see, that the first restriction notice came from the Anti-Corruption Bureau. And when it was issued on 19th, I did explain to the PO the impact and the effect of that restriction notice as a barrier to any actions being taken. And it is my view that that instruction was followed and that no action was actually taken, including payments to anyone. I am very confident that before the restriction notice was actually issued on 19th November, there was no action which had been taken by the board towards payment, and that no payment had actually been made to anyone regarding this particular transaction. So when it comes to this letter, yes, it's actually very, very, very common with the Registrar of Financial Institutions. The letter of 14th, in fact, on 17th, we received two letters. On 17th, we received two letters. One was the letter that was written on 14th. The part which I did not explain to the committee regarding these letters is that on 17th, while these negotiations were going on, officers of the registrar got in touch with us advising us that they want to have a meeting on 18th. We continued with that engagement, including asking them to give us the details of what that meeting would be all about. The officers omitted to give that information, telling us that once the letter is signed and sent to us, that's when we would know. The letter has got a footprint in my email that it was received at 17:20 hours on 17th November, while it is dated 14th November. So it is not a matter of me choosing when to receive the letter. It is about when they sent it and when I got it. And the evidence is there, I could bring my email for the committee to check to confirm when that letter was actually received. So it's not a question of choosing which restriction notice to obey and which restriction notice not to obey. I think as a board, we made a decision that all restrictions are going to be followed until there's either the variation or removal of that particular notice. And I think as a board, we also progressed to discuss how we're going to proceed with respect to these notices. So let's remember that the restriction notice from ACB operated between 19th November and 3rd December, not otherwise. The restriction notice, in the view of the board, from the Registrar of Financial Institutions, operated in its original state from 17 November when we received it and obeyed it, to 6 when the instruction that was given in the communication was at variance with the original one, because now the requirement was no longer to pend all transactions, but to actually comply with an instruction to submit a report. So that is how I see how this was done. I've addressed the reshuffling issue which came from a different member, and of course I've also addressed the issue of the relationship with the vice chairman. What am I hiding? I think I'm answering the questions before this committee because I'm remembering that at the beginning we took an oath, and we took an oath to tell you the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So if I do not know something, I don't know whether the committee is requesting me to say it so that I just appear to know, or I should actually stick to the oath which I took at the beginning and tell the committee what I knew. I don't think it's a matter of what you want to run away from. It's a matter of fact. And I thought that the inquiry is trying to establish facts. It is also wrong to say that I did not know certain things which there was a question that was actually put to me about what I know and what I did not know. At the fund, the issue of contracting AMG was something which was done at committee level, and the instructions were given to the secretariat. That was not escalated to my office, and I don't think that it is any different procedure in most of these organizations. When the committee made the arrangements to procure an advisor, that was done in compliance with the resolution that we had all passed as a board. And obviously, we could not pass that resolution if the people who were in favor of that decision were less than those who were against it. So the resolution that was passed by the board was passed by the majority of the members. So of course, at this inquiry, you hear that others had a different view. That's why we had to actually inquire from each and every member their views on this. And that is why I said maybe we could go to the recording to establish the facts in terms of who said what and what were the position and what did we instruct the committee to do. So I would say that I think it's quite unfortunate, especially the insinuations that were made regarding Lady Luck, regarding my office, because I think where the factual misrepresentation, it would not be proper to create a record which misrepresents these facts. So in the final question, I don't think that we are really selecting which restriction orders to actually follow. As a regulated institution, as a player in the financial industry, we are aware of the level of regulation that the regulator would demand of us. We're also aware of the fact that we're fiduciaries, we are trustees, and we are acting on behalf of others for their benefit. And when we are actually taking our steps, we are taking this into account. So there's no way, when even our trust deed makes it very clear that as the trustees we have to follow the directives of the regulator, that would be picking and choosing which ones to actually comply with and which ones not to. The board complied with all the directives that it was given, including the restriction notices that were given to the fund. Thank you, Chair.
Maybe before I take from honor members, I just wanted those who are in the board to date, how many have seen a copy of a sale agreement? by confirmation, anyone who has seen a sale agreement from the board, can I have your hands? Those who have seen a sale agreement from the board, can I have your hands? So this far, it's only the chair, the investment chair, and Yona Piri, the one who signed. Apart from, I'm talking of those who are in this room now. Apart from the board, apart from, to date, as we're speaking in this room, this morning, this dawn, how many have seen the board members? How many have seen the signed or signed sale agreement? Can I have your hands, please, for record purposes? So in this case, we have 3. To date, those who are in this room, board members, who have not seen the signed sale agreement, can I have your hands? So the vice chair, you have not seen the sale or signed sale agreement. Secretariat, can you take the numbers so that we populate this? So what I want to do now is to ask those who have raised hands that they've never seen a sale agreement to date, just to state your name in that order, please. Those who haven't seen the sale agreement. We'll start from Vice Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairman. My name is Precious Jimbamba. What else? That's it?
And you proceed to confirm if you've seen the signed sale agreement, because you form part of the board. Because we're now in March. This was signed in November. So December, January, February, I believe you've had a board meeting. At that board, were you given, or let me not take that route. How many have seen it? Anyone who has seen a signed sale agreement, come out clear. We'll start with you, Vice Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. I, Precious Jimbamba, I wish to inform the Honorable Committee that I have not seen a signed sale agreement regarding the Amaris transaction. Thank you.
And we start from here.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. My name is Arthur Manyunya, trustee in the 3rd cohort of the PSPTF. I can confirm that I have not seen any signed contract between the fund and Yusuf Investments.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. My name is Bernard Nyondo, and I can confirm to this date that, Chair, I haven't seen the signed sale agreement between the Public Service Pension Trust Fund and Amarilis. Thank you. I submit, Chair.
Good morning, Chair and the committee. My name is Brazil Mpepo. I confirm that I have not seen the signed sales agreement between the fund and the Yusuf Investments. I submit, Chair and committee.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Richard Zimba, trustee on the representing employees. I can confirm that I have not seen the signed contract agreement between Yusuf Investments Limited and the Public Service Pension Trust Fund regarding the Amarilis transaction. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and the Honorable Committee. My name is Maxwell Tsitsi. I have not seen the signed sale agreement. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. I'm Irene Chikapa. I want to confirm that up to this day, I haven't yet seen the sale agreement between the pension fund and the use of investment limited. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and the Honorable House. My name is Yona Piri, and I would like to confirm that I have seen the subscription and asset sales agreement, which is signed. Thank you.
Can you were also a witness to that thing, eh? There's a list that is there. Were you part of those who signed that agreement?
Honorable Chair, I wasn't part of those who signed, but I was in the company during the signing.
So you didn't sign?
Honorable Chair, I did not sign.
Can we go to the next? We are talking of the sale agreement. Okay, that's right.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Idris Amwale, I confirm having seen the sales agreement. Thank you.
Chairperson?
Chair, I saw and signed the sale agreement. Thank you.
Chair, investment, can you qualify it that you actually seen it and signed?
Morning, Chair. Yes, I did see the sale agreement and signed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, we'll start from Salima Central, Chitipa Central. I see Machinga Central. I see Machinga Central. I see Chirazulu, Nyungwe. I see Blanta Central. What has gone out of order?
Thank you, Chair. Is it in order that after the confirmations, you cannot pronounce that out of the 10 members, how many were for that they had seen and those that had not seen, for the record purposes? Thank you, Chair.
So currently we have about 10 board members. 3 saw it. Out of the 3 who saw it, the 2 actually signed. So 7 did not. I'm saying it's 3 people saw it out of the 10. Then 7 did not see it at all. So it's like 70% of the board members who are in this room did not see the sale agreement up to today. They don't know the contents of the sale agreement. 2 members signed, they saw it and signed. We're looking at those who are in this room. Controlling officer, I think Zomba Sitinov, your point of order was sustained. The more reason we had to go and put it on record. Can we start from that side and move?
Salima Central. Chairperson, Now that we have the confirmations from the members of the board in a very good number that did not see probably participate in the sales in this case, and only a few participated and signed. I want to Chair, if you could engage the controlling officer to confirm if in this case, according to the board rules, we can conclude as a committee that there was no business done. Thank you, Chair.
That was Lima Central controlling officer. I want to ease anything. You just take note. There was there's the Chitipa Central.
Thank you, Chair. My question goes to Mr. Nyondo. By the way, your email shows that you are a true Nyondo. Your family should be proud of you. My question is, in the morning, you indicated that the board resolution was that they should not continue with the business. Did you inform the new board that there was that resolution? Did you inform your chair that there was that resolution that the other board passed the resolution that we shouldn't continue with this business? Chair, almost all the problems are originating from investment department. I'm wondering if the chair, you have considered resigning. Chair, again, allow me to comment on the conduct of the officers at the fund. The controlling officer indicated that at one point the principal officer was asking the SPC that I will make sure that this transaction goes through if you promote me. I should indicate here that it's common for civil servants when they meet a high-ranked officer to ask for a promotion. If the Minister of Homeland Security goes to Chitipa today, a constable will be telling the minister that I've been a constable for 7 years, I need a promotion. It's common, but when it's done on condition in a way that is like blackmailing the senior officer, something is wrong. What is it that the principal officer thought the SPC would be interested to the point that would think of promoting him if he would make sure that that goes through? Chairperson, you will be reminded that this principal officer is now on suspension, and again, the officer who was with the SPC then is now the chairperson of that committee, who went on to see through that the business transaction went through. That is why the Mulanje Southeast was seeing a gray hair in that. There's something that is questionable in that. That is why I'm wondering if the controlling officer has not also considered resigning, because he seems to be in conflict. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chitipa Central. Mulanje, Machinga Central. Mulanje Southeast. I thought you had already asked. Thank you so much. Machinga Central.
For the opportunity given. Chair, I'm missing some information. Could the controlling officer remind me the name of the office, principal officer who authorized 128 billion? The name, please.
You're looking an authorized the principal officer who authorized the payment. Controlling officer, you take if the authorization comes from secretariat or from yourself. Lilongwe Chiwamba. Sorry. Chirazu Nyungwe.
Chair, thank you for giving me the opportunity. There's this issue about a dissolved board. So we have heard that the board was in two parts. There's also information that the communication to dissolve that first board came from the chairman of the board himself. I would like him to come out clear and confirm that. And secondly, I would want him to also mention the 2 board members that were removed and also the board members that were replaced, or that replaced the 2 that were removed. Second question, there was some mention of having weak systems, and that's how I think he insinuated that the payment managed to go through, because he said that if he showed us their systems, would be able to appreciate their weaknesses and that they're working towards fixing them. So my question is, if he is aware that some of the systems, there's some gaps, why then proceed with such a heavy transaction at a supersonic speed when he could in fact have taken some time to actually look into fixing up what's under the hood before using those same weak systems to go ahead with this transaction? Because now from where we're sitting, it looks like they're taking advantage of those weak systems in order to make these transactions pass by quickly. And finally, I think Honorable Member from Blantyre, Chilomoni, started talking about the investment policy that they have. And he talked about a clause where they're prohibited to make a transaction unless it's recommended by an investment manager. So he's come out clear to say that CAM and Old Mutual did not, or they did not recommend to go ahead with this investment, but they still decided to override that decision and still instruct them to make payment. I'd like to know why the chairman decided to breach this policy document that's coming from their own house. Thank you so much, Chair. I had to speak a lot because this is the only opportunity. Thank you.
Chilazulu Nyungwe, this is not your only opportunity. You know, we give you space. What are you going? How far I recognized Lilongwe Chiwamba, my dear brother Lilongwe Chiwamba. Let me also commend you. You have a newborn babe, but you've forgone, and our sister-in-law is taking care of, you know. So we would like to appreciate the sacrifice that you've made, and also to thank your wife for allowing you to serve on this national cause at this hour. I know you're a man of principles, and to leave your family and to do this, I would like to commend you, Lilongwe Chiwamba. Lilongwe Chiwamba, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, I would like to ask the control officer who drafted the sale agreement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lilongwe. No, we want to wrap up. Lilongwe Chiwamba, thank you for that. Zomba Sitenoff.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out from the controlling officer, reaching this far, would we say that he has served well the people that gave them trust to run the affairs of their money, looking at the predicament of the transactions that we are sitting here to probe? In extension to that question, Honorable Chair, sir, in his submission yesterday, he insinuated that the previous board had been working beyond their mandate, to the extent that at that particular time, the insinuation was that we believed that maybe that previous board should have made its decisions of the sale of the procurement of the hotel in question. Would he substantiate that it is indeed his board that made the decisions that are in question right now? Thank you, Right Honorable. Thank you, Chair, sir.
I say you wait. From the job side. Blantyre City controlling officer, you bear with me. I just want to do this so that I give you time. In the event that you want a break, you can raise a hand or you can notify.
I've recorded 10 questions so far, so I thought it would be best that I answer them or refer them to the other officers because I thought that's quite a lot. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, because all I wanted to do, I don't want to take any more interjections. I wanted that we get all the questions, then you can assign those who can do those other ones. Blantyre Central.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. Through you, Chair, I'm not at peace until now, until I know who authorizes the transfer of funds in the fund from one bank to another or from one account to another. Because if we don't know, then this fund is at risk and is prone to abuse. And I don't know at this point in time, through your controlling officer, as a board chair, you don't know how the funds were transferred, the funds that you ably mentioned here, the funds of about 90 billion, and the balance, which is about maybe 20 or 30 billion. Are you sure? Are you being honest enough that you don't know who authorized these funds from the pension fund to the seller? You need to be open on this one. Through you, Chair, these are serious issues when trustees are entrusted with managing pension funds belonging to thousands of Malawian public servants. The committee's concern in this matter is straightforward. For example, the controlling officer, in your long and winding presentation, you mentioned about the suspension of the principal officer. We need to know, what does the suspending of the principal officer have to do with the decision of the new board to invest in Ameris? And what does it have to do with the supersonic speed of the events that took place for the process of the transaction? Case and point, on the 14th November 2025, EMJ signs a contract. On the same day, EMJ submits a draft valuation, followed by investment committee meeting on 17th November 2025, where EMJ presented the report, and the meeting was concluded with a requirement by EMJ to go back and address the issues raised in the meeting. Then suddenly on that same, the draft sale agreement is presented by Gabriel Chambers of GD Luimbi and partners for review. Then suddenly again, the sale agreement is signed on that same day. Surely, as a new board, don't you think you are taking Malawians are foolish enough to believe that this is a regular sequence of events? In your wisdom as a legal expert, do you think this is a regular sequence of events? Thank you, Chair.
Blantyre Central, thank you so much. Controlling officer, we have the Tasauka dollars, we have $1 million, they all are in this room by name. Now that we're done, Vice Chair, can you give your question as well?
All right, thank you, Chair. Mine is just a short one. I think with the time, I consider you to now go and rest. But still, I really need to know if Gabriel Chambers attend the 17th November meeting. I would like to know from the members of the board, did Gabriel Chambers attend the meeting? I'll start with you, the chair, the controlling officer, then to the rest of the board members.
Should I address that question now, or I should go through this whole sequence? No, just this one. Honorable Chair, I think it's on record who attended the meeting, and it was under the investment committee. They can actually confirm everyone who was in attendance at that particular meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can the chair of investment committee confirm about those who attended the meeting, please?
Chairperson, we had a Luimbian company that made the presentation. I think there was Mr. Luimbi himself, and I think Mr. James. Thank you.
Do you think, or there was Mr. Gabriel Chambers?
Admittedly, Chair, I can't remember the name. I know it was Mr. Chambers. Thank you, Chair.
I beg your pardon. Do you think you know or Gabriel Chambers attended this meeting?
Honorable Chair, it was Mr. Chambers that attended. I can't remember the first name. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
All right. My second question is to you, the controlling officer. Why did you sideline the secretariat completely except the acting principal in this transaction? And you actually even ignored the technical advice that the secretariat gave you. The other question is, who drafted the sale agreement? And I understand, I heard Blantyre Kabul at one time asked this, but it wasn't well answered. So I would still like to know who drafted the sale agreement. The other question is, according to Section 43 of the Pension Act, are you aware, all you members who are here in front of this committee, the consequences of not respecting the interests of the funds? Are you aware of the consequences? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairperson. Controlling officer, you may go through all those, and other members, by the powers vested in me as your chair, will not get point of orders up until the controlling officer concludes everything. So let us listen. Those who feel they can go out and just stretch, they can, but we're not stopping. Vice Chair, you may sit in the event that the chair wants to walk out. We're not stopping anything. Controlling officer, your time.
Thank you, Chair. When we came to the fund, I'm sure you recall that the Vice Chair of the fund did indicate that we're learning the rules. And at several points, we did ask the Secretariat to give us the rules about how business is done at the fund. At no point did we receive any guidance in terms of what exactly operates at the fund, which now prompted some of us to start interrogating how the institution runs, because definitely there must be rules, especially as an institution which is a financial institution, you needed to have rules in place. So it would not be correct for me to have ignored the Secretariat except for the APO when the history of how transactions have been done is in a particular fashion. That's why earlier on I said I was not going to participate in the negotiation and signing until I had seen the evidence of the practice with respect to previous transactions. In fact, I'm not even aware, because when we went for the negotiations, I even required the chairperson of the Finance, Audit and Risk to come along, because I said when we're doing the negotiation, we may need his input and advice. We did not invite the chair of Human Resource because it was not imperative that we do have that particular officer. But in terms of the risk, at least I, because of my legal background, would cover that. But at least with respect to risk, that is not my field, hence requiring that.
Honour members, can you allow the controlling officer to be heard in silence? Can I have order? I've already ruled that we're not interjecting. Controlling officer, I thought it's good that I give you that comfort and to protect you from the background noise. Controlling officer, please proceed.
So, to answer the question, I did not ignore the Secretariat. In fact, I brought the Secretariat on board through the acting principal officer, because we are not going to proceed to go and undertake negotiations with members or with the chairman of the committee without bringing the head of the Secretariat along. So it was not a matter of choice, but it was a matter of prudence that, one, we create a record, which we did, and secondly, we also take care of the risks that would be picked along the negotiation process. I think I did indicate again that previously there have been many transactions which were done at the fund. And of particular concern was a matter of the procedures that were followed and what would be required to be achieved through those procedures. So in this particular case, I do not think that the fund and the board was trying to move with supersonic speed in making its decisions. The fund was just trying to be prudent to make sure that they can manage a process which had actually been there for 2 years. I don't think that there was any intention to subvert any rules or to actually speed up anything with any ulterior motive, because in terms of the processes which had been done and what the board had actually resolved collectively, it was that there was going to be this intervention and this was the process which was going to be followed. This fund that we're dealing with is a relatively new fund. If you come to the fund, you find that there are very few instruments that are actually guiding our processes. And we do need to actually make sure that we reinforce the fund rules, which we are well aware of, because it is a requirement when we're being licensed that we get to know them, and then we get to move and cover those gray areas and make sure that we are able to push the objectives for which the fund was actually established. So I don't think that we were in any speed trying to push things deliberately because we had got any ulterior motives. We came in as members, and other than the 4 that were supposed to be continuing from the previous board, the rest of us are new. So we cannot go and say that we had any intention to achieve anything or to subvert any regulation that was there. Then there's also the question of the connection between the suspension and this particular investment. I think I made it very clear in my earlier presentation. The suspension was on 2 grounds. One was the misconduct that was alleged against this particular officer. And I think we have submitted to you the letter which we wrote to the officer setting out the grounds on which he was being suspended. The second one was the fact that the person who was in charge of the institution needed to pave way for the forensic audit. And that is why that happened. And I think it is also not a coincidence that all this leakage of information is happening on 20 February when the forensic audit itself started on 19th February. This transaction has actually come under fire as a coincidence of that forensic audit starting. I think it's also a matter that the committee should actually take note of while we're looking at the other aspects of this particular transaction. Because to me, the question is, everyone can actually come and speak to the committee about what they feel about this particular transaction. But why are we here, and what are we serving, and what are we also protecting? Then there was also a question about who authored the sale agreement. The sale agreement was authored under the instruction of NAM by a firm called Knight and Knight. And it is that same sale and asset, subscription and asset agreement, subscription and asset sale agreement that was actually updated to now take into account the change of price, but mostly the terms were the same, because I had the occasion to look at the initial SASA and then also look at the SASA after it had been changed. Then there's a question regarding the previous board, or it is the board that made these decisions. I think I clearly demonstrated earlier on that the alleged reversal of the decision to pursue this transaction did not come from our board. Our board started its business in earnest on 5th September 2025. As of May, when the previous board was interacting with the Continental Asset Managers, we were not there. We did not know this. And yet it is the same board that on 17th January, it alleges that it made a decision to reverse that decision. And the Continental Asset Managers has got a litany of correspondence with the fund, not with our board, not about not from September 2025. So when it comes to the previous board and making the decision, and that the decisions which are here are a problem of the past, I think it's a problem of several factors. One, there was a board which was before us, which decided to agree with its fund manager, NAM, not to continue with the transaction, changed its mind, started pursuing this transaction as a board. I think I've shared the documentation that was coming from March 2024, May 2024, continuing to June 2025, and even an appointment of a fund manager in 2025 before the board. So there are decisions which were made by the previous board regarding this same transaction. There are also decisions that were made when there was actually no board, including the appointment of a fund manager. And then there is also the decisions that were made by the new board when it was fully constituted. We, according to our trust deed, make our decisions by majority vote, and the decisions that were made by the board. And in every institution, including this committee, I believe there will be instances when there will be disagreement, but then the majority are the ones who carry the day, and that is what gets implemented. And that was the same case with our board. The other question was personally directed to me as to whether I have served well. I became a chair on 6 September to take the responsibility of leading this particular fund. I believe so far we have made the best efforts with respect to the fund. Like I said in my earlier presentation, I think this inquiry has made it sound like the fund's business is about acquiring a hotel, but there's so much more that we have actually done at the fund as a board collectively regarding the interest of the members beyond the acquisition of one hotel. I think the question was repeated regarding the drafting of the SASA. I think I've answered that. Then there was also the question of why I'm preaching on an old policy when we're a new board. We're an institution. So our instruments actually outlive the boards because they belong to the fund. So when we're looking at investment policies that were made by the previous board, they are our policies because we are just coming to replace the previous members. So if there's a policy, a strategy, a rule, or a directive that applies to the fund, it does apply and binds us as trustees. Why did we proceed with weak systems when we could resolve them first? I think the history of this particular transaction has demonstrated that we do need to make improvements at the fund, but at the same time, the fact that there are weak systems does not mean that there would be, the business of the fund would have to stop until everything is set right. There's a lot of work to be done at the fund, and I think the board collectively has invested itself in making sure that it is a better fund, it is better regulated. We have had on-site examinations by the regulator, and I don't think that it has faulted us as a failure, as a board that has failed to discharge its responsibilities. Yes, we have engaged into regulation when it comes to this particular transaction, but that does not mean that these men and women have not invested themselves to the best interest of their ability, to the best of their abilities, in the best interests of the members and their beneficiaries. I cannot recall in terms of the dissolution because I think the correspondence that might have actually come out of OPC might have been signed by the registrar, by the SPC then. What I recall is that when the SPC raised the issue, it was not about any two members, it was not about any particular officer, it was about the process which had happened. I don't want to go into details because as in my capacity at that particular time, there were issues that arose between myself and the principal officer when we were following up on the progress because the submissions were made, and according to the trust deed, the nominations are made by various agencies of government to constitute the members of the fund. And what came out of that particular process is that there were not even nominations on the other side. So when you come to ask what was the dissolution or it was targeted at anyone, it was simply about process. Because there were names that had been proposed and those names were being ignored at the instance of the secretariat that was acting when there was no board. So it was not any particular names. I cannot even recall who was supposed to be, but the whole team that had actually been proposed earlier was taken out, and that now started being reconstituted. Not with any target, but looking at the skills as guided by the instrument which constitutes the board, which is a trust deed. Then there's a question of authorization of payment. I think this was also addressed earlier, and I would like to repeat that the process begins with a request, not an authorization. That's why I said that the process of the conclusion of the sale agreement itself started the process of the payments, and the Secretariat now requested the fund managers if there were resources that could be made available. And those resources would have to meet the demands of the this particular investment. I think, like said earlier, and I think as analyzed by our investment committee, it was found that there was sufficient liquidity that was going to actually take on this particular investment without necessarily having to disinvest in other areas. The areas, I think, as far as I know, that were actually disinvested were those that could be easily liquidated, and I think this involved largely fixed deposits. Then I was also accused of being in conflict because I was serving as a director of legal services and a trustee. I'm a public servant, and these matters come to me by way of nomination. it is not a matter of choice. I do not put myself in places. I do not go and say I'm going to become this officer or that officer. The fact that that happened, that I was serving at that officer, and then I became a member of this board, is not because I negotiated or I chose myself. It was those who looked at the possibility of what I could contribute that now made it possible for me to be selected. And then again, when it came to the board, I became a chair because there was voting. And I recall that in the first round, there was actually a stalemate. And then when we voted again, that's when the stalemate was broken and I emerged the chair, which means that there was a strong contender on the other side and there was a very high likelihood that I would not be nominated in that position. I did not even nominate myself to that position as chair. So I think this question of me being in conflict, I do not see the conflict unless I'm advised otherwise as to how the conflict arises. Again, earlier on, it was stipulated that it was a matter of lady luck. Then there was an issue about the request for promotion. I think that is at large. Yes, of course, people will always seek promotions, but I do not realize that I cannot comment on the behavior of public officers generally. I've never met any senior officer and said, can you promote me? But again, the public service is the highest employer. There could be that practice that is actually going on. But I thought that in many cases, you would have to be promoted on your, as a result of your performance and on merit. So it would be strange to me that you have to actually ask for a promotion rather than to earn it by your performance. Then there was also a question that there was no business because most of the trustees have not seen the signed sale agreement. I think the signed sale agreement has always been resident at the secretariat throughout. There was a time actually when the fund was not transacting any business because of the restriction notice. And the only time that the fund was actually convened was to actually comply with the directive of it was made to comply with the directive of the registrar, which was issued to us on 6 January regarding the production of the comprehensive report. So when you look at the way our business has been, I think there's been a lot of energy spent on this particular transaction. So when the fund met next, it was supposed to produce a comprehensive report answering to the charges that had been brought by the RFI. And in doing that, the fund did not, no one took custody other than the secretariat. It was actually out of personal initiative to make sure that the agreement was seen because I knew that I was going to put my signature there when they had told me about the practices of the fund. So I took the interest to actually go through the agreement before it was signed, and I also took the time to read the agreement even more thoroughly after the execution of the agreement. The agreement itself, although it is presented as a thin document like this, the complete document is actually a very thick document because it has got other annexes to it. So I don't think that the fact that the other officers did not see it was because anyone was keeping the agreement away, but I think the whole process that ensued after that was more reactive to what was being demanded by the regulator. And I think most of our meetings as a board after November 19 have been at the instance of the regulator demanding something from the fund, and we had to convene, meet, and discharge whatever we had been requested. I do not recall that we just had a meeting, other than the one which we had from 19 to 21st November, that we had any other business. After that, our business has been to the regulator is requiring this, then you meet, you discuss it. Even the same case when we were given the data of 20th February, we met so that we could prepare a defense. That, in my view, may have contributed from the fact that we needed to actually go through the agreement itself rather than to go around and looking at what the registrar was demanding of the trustees. I think that was the set of questions that I was actually given. I would invite the other trustees to possibly chip in terms of the areas which I have not addressed with respect to these questions. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. I think Chiladzuru Nyungwe also talked about the two board members who came into you, which you did not respond.
The question, because I said that the dissolution was the complete set. So I cannot recall off my head who was the new entrant and who was the exit. But I know for sure that I was not in the first group. Yeah.
Fortunate enough, we have them here. Can we have them for record purposes so that they can take? Chiladzuru Nyungwe should know who they are because it's the one who asked this question. Who are the board members who were incorporated somewhere around December, January?
Controlling officer, the vice chair is asking that of those who are new, is there anyone who is new, completely new, when there were changes to the board, the trustees? Yeah.
I think I recall that I am new. I also recall that Dr. Tsitsi is new. Mrs. Chigapa is new. Mr. Manyunya from the employer is a carryover from the previous board because the deed requires us to retain 2 officers. So Mr. Manyunya and Ms. Chikondi Piri were retained from the previous board. So there are 4 members that were not retained, and that myself, because Mr. Mwale was in the board that was appointed earlier, but I cannot recall the other people.
I see there's a hand here. Maybe before we come to you. Controlling officer, in your submission, you clearly indicated that you arrive at a decision based on the numbers and you go for those who are more or the majority. In this case, I would like to come to you in a very clear way. Maybe in terms of the members or the trustees. When you had a meeting on the 24th, your board meeting, 25th, right? How many of you were expecting that after the investment committee had gone to do anything, will come back and report to the board before proceeding with anything? Can I have your hands? Those who believed that this decision, we have actually given the mandate to the committee on investment to go out, scrutinize anything, and you believed that having done this, the trustee or the committee on investment will go out and will come back to report to the board. Can I have your hands? Those who believe that. So there are 3 this side. How many?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6.
So it's like 7. So since the board or the chair or the investment because the investment team, you had a borrowed powers and mandate. Because your borrowed powers and mandate, according to the 7, it clearly shows that you had borrowed powers just to investigate the viability of the business and come back to report, not to conclude the sale. Am I right? Or not to conclude the transaction at that stage. So you had borrowed powers, because the 7 of those who are here, they believe that now that we've given the mandate to go out, scout, and see all those things. When you got there, the colleagues from investment, you forgot to come back and report to the board. Because there was a legitimate expectation from those who had sent you to go out. They had a legitimate expectation that you come back and report. But you went on to conclude the transaction, overriding the legitimate expectation which you were given. Am I right? Controlling officer? Or before I come to the controlling officer, maybe vice chair. Can you take that one?
I was raising my hand because the question was kind of being referred to the members of the then investment committee, so to which I happened to be a member then. So like I stated, I think the way I understood the resolution before it was drafted was that we should assess the viability of the business, and by consulting the secretariat. And indeed, like I mentioned, we made the secretariat. But like I said, in this particular meeting of 27th of October, we did not make any progress because secretariat clearly told us there were a lot of things which were raised, including the legal opinions and several other things. But the central to it was the wording of the board resolution itself, which was a bone of contention. So because of that, that's when I specifically, and then later on agreed by my fellow committee members, requested the secretariat to furnish us with the steps and procedures on how transactions are carried within the fund, because this is not the first transaction processed within the fund. So from there, we left the committee, the meeting place, and then the expectation was that we should go back and report to our colleagues how the meeting went on 27th October, which did not happen, Honorable Chairperson.
So the delegated task, according to you, Vice Chair, was to assess viability and report back, yes or no?
Honorable Chair, that was my understanding.
Thank you so much. So instead of that delegated task of just going to verify viability and come back to report, the next thing people went on to conclude, you are a member of investment committee. So the delegated task had special wings for special people to fly higher, because you are vice chair. Ideally, you are senior. Even in that committee, if you're just, but ideally you are senior. So much as you are absent, you feel that the vice chair, maybe the chair of that committee, didn't give you heads up that now we've moved over and beyond the delegated responsibility of just going out to check viability. Now we've moved, we are in the mode of finalizing transaction. Vice Chairperson?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Like I mentioned earlier on, and unfortunately, my existence as a member of investment committee, that was the last engagement that I had as a member of investment committee. And also just to agree with the chair that even the reconstitution of the committees, indeed, he called me before actually in the evening that we needed to meet for an urgent subject. And the next morning we indeed met because we were in Atlanta for training organized by RFI. And then he showed me the committees. I agreed to the reconstitution and encouraged him to share that on the forum for everyone to see. It was shared and people expressed their views, and then to an extent that then people like others have mentioned were not comfortable with even the replacement of chairs and other things, and then we said this will have to be discussed and agreed upon at a formal meeting where this is going to be resolved. So that was the issue, and this particular constitution is the one that saw me ceasing being a member of the investment committee, and therefore, from that point on, I really did not participate in a discussion regarding the transaction as a member or as a member of the investment committee or as a member of the board. Thank you, Right Honourable Chair.
So we can conclude that you were constructively fired.
Not really, Chair. There were legitimate reasons as to why we needed to reconstruct, because the RFI had told us that we needed to have more committees than we had. So that meant that people moving around. So on that basis, that's why I agreed that I think we can have that reconstitution. But that process is the one that saw me ceasing being a member of the investment committee, not necessarily fired, but probably. No, I did. Or no. So, but I cannot confirm, Chair, that I was fired. So that.
Other members, allow me to wind up so that we can proceed. I've seen you raising a hand. Do you want us to create a special meeting as Public Accounts Committee in camera, one-on-one, so that we give you more time? And whatever you're going to say, no, the first one, not Mr. Nyondo. The first one. Do you want to speak now, or you are ready that at any point, if a committee calls you one-on-one, you can give a committee in camera the other things that you want to?
Thank you, Chair. I indeed raised my hand, but what I wanted to respond was here, not in camera, Chair. I raised my hand, I think, when the chair was answering to us who were the new people, and he mentioned himself, Dr. Sitsi, and he mentioned that I continued. I wanted to clarify that even though I was continuing, I was there in the first one that got resolved. So I did not continue only to come back as a new member replacing others. I was there in the first one that was reconstituted. That's what I wanted to clarify, Chair.
Thank you so much. I saw Mr. Nyondo raised a hand as well. What is it that you want to clarify?
Thank you, Chair, honorable members. On the issue of committees, it's one of the issues that I already wanted to address. So because I think it's the one that was currently being addressed, I thought it may be that I address it now. Thank you, Chair. When the new board was constituted, we had an orientation meeting on 4th and 5th of September. Maybe before I go to the orientation of a new board of trustees, I think it's equally important to understand how these committees come about. Because during our fit and proper, because we submit the certificates, our CVs, the Secretariat knows our profession. By the time the board is now constituted, the committees are already, they have already been constituted, Chair. And this happened on, this orientation meeting was between 4th and 5th of September 2025, of which during that orientation, the legal services manager had beamed the committees. The only thing that needed to be done was upon election of the chair and the vice, because the chair is not supposed to be in any committee. So the only thing that needed to be done was, because the chair has been elected, there would have now been some minor changes, but most of the committees might not have been affected. So in this particular case, the committees were already there. Upon selecting the chair, the first order of business I would like to report to this committee was that the chair had instructed the LSM, the legal services manager, to, because this was a presentation, so to delete all the names in her presentation, so that new committees can be created.
So can you switch off your mic? An instruction to delete when the legal services manager was presenting the list after being beamed. That instruction was given right in your presence?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I can confirm that that instruction was given during our presence. Maybe let me just give...
it was a yes or no, because you said that when the committees were being beamed, then there was an instruction from the chair to delete, because that was the first assignment of the chair. That is now in control. You wanted to reconstitute. Is this what we're getting?
Okay. So as I already said, the Secretariat is the one responsible for creating these committees. It was just unusual that the first thing the chair did was to delete the names, because this is soft copy that was being beamed on the projector, to delete and now reconstitute the committees. Allow me to jump to the first extraordinary meeting also relating to committees, Chair. We had an extraordinary meeting in September of 2025. Unfortunately, I cannot record the date, but I'm sure it was in September 2025. It is during this meeting, extraordinary meeting, where one of the agendas was to select subcommittee chairs. Now, with the fund, the way the subcommittee chairs are elected is upon having a new board. Once the subcommittees start meeting, the first order of business is the committee members in that particular subcommittee, they have to elect amongst themselves a member who are going to be representing them as the yes chair. And this, maybe members, my fellow trustees can come in, but this was highlighted to the chair, but there was an insistence that it needed to be done there and then. Another issue that I observed regarding the committee's chair is the one I think that I read an email. This was done on 11th of November. This was done on 11th of November. This was on WhatsApp. I think I even quoted when I was reading the email the time this message had been sent. If I remember, I think it is 23 minutes past 8. I'm sure I'm mentioning the correct date, 11 November, if not 10th. It's 11th, eh? Okay. Yes, Chair. So the biggest worry on this time, as much as I already alluded to during the, when I was reading my email, is there are proper procedures that have to be followed when new committees have to be constituted. Yes, we understand. All of us here went through the same training organized by the regulator of financial institutions, where we learned that there are committees that for each and every pension fund, there must be there, i.e. risk committee, audit committee. So I understood that new committees needed to be constituted. However, the procedure that was followed is the one that to this day I do not agree with, because basically it was just a WhatsApp message listing the new subcommittees, the members in those committees, and chairs of those subcommittees. I've been the chair of governance and legal from September 2025 through 11th of November 2025. Being a member of the previous board, I believe I have a little bit of experience in how some of the things that the fund are supposed to be done. I know for sure that this is supposed to go through the governance and legal. It's supposed to go through the proper channels up until a board resolution has to be made. The same issue of these new committees now, it resurfaced during the meeting in Salima, where I learned of the sale agreement when the RFI was interrogating us on the issue of the Amaryllis transaction. I would like to believe that it was the very last day, it was a Friday, where this issue also came about. But the insistence was still there that the committees, they won't need to be changed. They have to be maintained as they are. And that the chairs of that were already nominated by the chair of the board, they have to be maintained. I think this committee deserves also to know that it is through this process of instituting new committees on a social platform that one of the committees now was instructed to do the contract negotiation. It's not the odd committee. This I just wanted to clarify. It's not the odd committee that was constituted by the chair, but it was the newly formed committees that were formed on the WhatsApp platform. One of those one of those committees, sorry, Chair. One of those committees, the investment committee, is the one that was now responsible for negotiating the contract between the fund and YIL. Thank you, Chair. I submit.
Controlling officer, you have been reflected, so we'll proceed in this way. I'll give you time to respond. Immediately after responding, proceed with your closing remarks. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I bring to your attention clause number 9.1 of the trust deed, which says the board may establish committees of the board with specific functions as it may deem appropriate. I do not find that this clause mentions the legal services manager or indeed anyone at the Secretariat. I had read this clause in terms of how that was done, and the whole process of actually constituting this board was under heavy instructions from the Secretariat. We were new members of the board, and I did not find it proper that where the trust deed empowers the board to establish its own committees, the Secretariat should tell us who should go where. If it was a matter of recommendation, that was all right, but not to tell us that this is what we have done and this is what you must live with. I thought the rest of the members had a right to participate, but because they were now members of the board, I didn't know whether this was a hangover from a period when there was no board and the Secretariat was making decisions, but coming in charge, I felt like it was the board's responsibility to constitute this board. So I don't know whether my colleague, my trustee colleague, took it from that the legal services manager was responsible for this particular task. Moving on to the issue of this reconstitution, I think we are here to establish facts, not opinions. Because now for my colleague to insinuate that the committees were reconstituted for purposes of negotiating something which had been ordered on 25th when we were doing this on 10th, under the instructions of the regulator, I think that's a bit off. I don't think that here we are here supposed to be competing for attention of this particular committee. I think let's just establish the facts. Because I don't agree.
Other members, I'm not entertaining any point of order. Controlling officer?
Yes. Yeah, I don't agree with the fact that we could be making insinuations about the intentions when it is very clear. And this particular process was not undertaken by myself. And in fact, the committee may wish to know that, in fact, while we had proposed the chairs in the communication that I made with the vice chair, the committees decided to
controlling
vote.
officer? Yeah. I see Mulanje Southeast to the extent that is just playing with the head like that. What is out of order, Mulanje Southeast?
Chair, I believe that the Honorable Committee has a duty to protect those stakeholders that are providing information to this Honorable Committee. And this Honorable Committee, Chairperson, is not a platform for stakeholders to take on each other. And I think it should guide accordingly. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Mulanje Southeast. Allow me to sustain that point of order because we are controlling officer. We are not here for your board members to catch our attention. After all, everyone seated in this room caught attention wherever he or she is coming from, because these caught attention of voters. They won. And they were sent here, they got everything. So about attention thing, it's neither here nor there, controlling officer. I will not ask you to withdraw that because that was your opinion. And we'll proceed this way. Continue, controlling officer.
Thank you. I think my point was just to correct a misrepresentation that was actually made regarding the intention. I think the vice chair addressed the matter that it was the regulator that had required us to do this. And as members of the board, I think it was within our rights to make proposals to the rest of the membership that this would be the reconstitution. And that was actually done, and the boards were reconstituted, and the people were actually done. Like the vice chair himself said, it was not a matter of being fired, but he knew that he was in the same position as me, and we needed to proceed accordingly. I also wish to address the fact that I think when we started this whole, the resolution that we made on 25th of April, it was actually incumbent on us to act as a board together and move. And it is not that there was any person who expected that this is supposed to be a collective board decision, or that in the event that there were some hiccups, then there would be no board intervention in the transaction. Where there was going to be any adverse outcomes out of this particular process, that was what was going to guide us. And again, we also deferred to the rest of the wisdom of the people who are in the Secretariat regarding these matters. So I do not know why the Secretariat that did not provide the board with any information about these procedures expected the board to act any different, notwithstanding even my personal preference that I would expect that the board should actually move together by being alive to the facts that are actually arising as the transaction is actually progressing. Because when the matters were raised, they were brought to us as a board together. And it was my expectation that as a board, we're going to handle this transaction together, and not that the investment committee would actually divest itself of this particular process. I did make inquiries regarding the previous transactions, and in fact, I think what came out was that they were actually worse than what we're actually trying to do under this particular transaction. So we made our efforts to make sure that we acted as a board, in as much as, yes, the resolution was made the way it was on 25th October, but we tried as much as possible to see if we could take a supervisory role and see if we were actually getting to know the steps that were actually being taken in this particular process. And then you have actually requested me to wind up. I think in winding up, let me state that when you raised the 5 issues to us, we came here to communicate our positions, perspectives, and what informed that decision-making process. And that's why maybe our presentation was long and winded. We are actually the people who are at the center of this particular transaction, and we felt that we needed to tell our story in its completeness. And that I think that you even opened up to the rest of the members. We are grateful that everybody has actually voiced their position regarding this matter. There are a lot of documents that we made reference to that we'll bring to your attention, and we believe that those will actually assist the committee in arriving at its findings when it comes to this particular transaction. Otherwise, I think if there's anything else which will emerge regarding this transaction, as a board, we'll be coming to you to give you the information which has come to light. Whether we have to be heard or we just submit documentation, I think it would be in our interest to submit that. But for the opportunity that you granted the board to actually present its position, we're grateful for that. And I trust that in that regard, I speak on behalf of all the members of the board. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Controlling Officer. I would like to thank you so much because from the time you were told to appear, I think it's now over 12 hours, 36 minutes, because initially you were asked to appear at 2, and by 1:30 of the 13th, you were already, by 1:30 of the 13th March 2026, you were already at Parliament building, but at that time, we were engaging other key stakeholders. Specifically, we were discussing other issues with the old board, and went on to get into the Secretariat and into this new board. Controlling Officer and all the board members or the trustees would like to thank you so much for the support and information that you've given to this committee. Would like to put it on record that those who feel they have information, your board, from that board, your Public Accounts Committee is open. You can reach out through any other means so that you register all you want. to thank your loved ones, the dear ones. I know they are aware that the husband, the wife is attending Public Accounts Committee. I must admit that I know so many of you, and I painfully chaired this meeting because much as I know you, but this country is more important than our knowing each other. So I had no time. In the event that after this engagement, others will catch feelings, fine, well and good, we'll move. But if you really love Malawi and if you had caught feelings and had other feelings that no, it's not being fair, learn to take it and leave. We saw brave young ladies before you. They were serious and very serious, courageous, not being cowards like others are doing out there. So this is what we want. We want serious people to give us information so that we can have an informed decision. Colleagues, honored members, as you go home, remember, just go and take care of yourself and whatnot. We have another task slightly different to this one, which is going to look at other things just today, because we're already in the day. Then we'll proceed, we'll only rest, I think, tomorrow, Monday, good to go, and everything shall proceed. No time to waste, we'll work for the good of this country. Our controlling officer, once again, thank you so much for coming and giving us all the needed and required information, and your team members. You may take leave at your pleasure. Thank you so much, controlling officer.
Welcome to MPUNGWE-PUNGWE YouTube channel. Subscribe for you to enjoy more of our videos anytime we upload.